Hi, Noleen. How are you?
Hello, sorry, I'm just playing around with the settings.
Oh, no problem. Oh, you look so lovely.
Oh, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How
Good.
many are we expecting this afternoon?
Sure, there have been so many signups. They're over, I think they're actually close to 200, and there's a limit of 100.
Wow,
So yeah, it'd be quite cool to see how many people actually pitch up.
that's so awesome.
Yeah. So, and it's difficult to say because people signed up in so many different places. So some signed up on LinkedIn, and then some signed up on Facebook, and then some signed up on the website. So yeah, it's but yeah, estimated to be about 200 people.
Well, hopefully, yeah, because sometimes they say accept, because I did a lot of, from LinkedIn, invited people to come to the event, but it doesn't necessarily mean they signed up just because
Yes.
they accept the request, because a lot of people don't understand how that works.
Yes, that's
Well,
very
a
true.
toy on
Hi,
LinkedIn.
Martie.
Hi, Yoti.
How are
Please,
you?
getting you. Please pronounce your name for me.
It's Jyoti.
Jyoti. Okay.
Yes.
Want to make sure. Hi, Noleen.
Hey, Martie, how are you?
I'm getting you.
Good, thank you.
All had a good weekend.
Yes, thanks. And you?
Yes, and you?
Yeah, worked.
Oh, shame.
Surprise!
I took a break last weekend. We were at the South Coast, and
Okay.
yeah, so it's like, okay, fine, come back and catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not always
I like.
easy to take a break as a business owner.
No, my laptop went with. I did some work, but yeah, I'm used to working on 3 screens. I only had the laptop, which is a challenge because now everything's on one screen. It's like, I miss my screen.
Yeah, it's very hard that actually, especially when your screen's small.
Yeah.
Sure.
And it's a
Okay.
very cool background you've got going on there. I like
Thanks.
it very much. And also
I
very clever.
actually change my backgrounds if I have meetings on behalf of clients, then I have the client's logo. So
Okay,
I
yeah.
did it with a client the other day. He came on the meeting, he didn't know, and he's like, what? I'm like, well, I'm online as your assistant, so best I represent your company. So
That's so cool.
Pretty cool. I was just telling Noleen now that we've had about 200 people signing up for this, and the limit's 100 for Zoom.
oh wow.
That's like on the paid version of Zoom. So it'll be quite interesting to see how many people actually come.
Mm.
And I did say to people, you can sign up for the whole thing, but you can come and go as you want, just so that they know that they don't have to stay the whole time either.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, some of the my clients and friends said they just can't afford to take off a whole afternoon.
No,
So
they can't.
that's okay. Come as you can. I'm speaking at 3, and you're welcome to come and pop in, for a few minutes. And otherwise, there will be a recording available after.
Yes, that's correct. Hi, Rudy. Nice to see you.
Still connecting to audio.
Yeah.
I'm actually still. So I've done my presentation, but I actually just need to download it and upload it back into Zoom. It's been a crazy morning.
Sorry, I'm just checking that everything's working okay, but it seems to be good. Internet seems to be holding up for now.
Yeah, that's the only thing is Eskom and internet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Noleen, you said you're going to upload your presentation to Zoom. Are you not going to share your screen or?
I can share my screen, or I've always got a backup, so I'm happy to share screen. But you know how when you share screen and suddenly something happens ultimately, and then Zoom fails. So if you don't have your backup.
Yes. that's also why I'm recording to the cloud, because I was like, there's no way I'm recording this locally. It's just going to crash the computer. But everything will be so slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems like the cloud recording is okay. It's not actually going to fail on us, so that's always good.
Are you going to put this onto a YouTube channel?
Yes, I was thinking YouTube and Vimeo, depending on what people use. So yeah, that was my thinking. Because otherwise it's just too huge to put onto the site.
Absolutely, and just break it up into each session so that people can watch an hour at a time.
Yes, otherwise they'll never actually get through the whole thing. The file will be huge.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I did a recording with a client last night, and that file took a while to download and re-upload into Dropbox so that my team can do their snips for video edits.
Yes.
So, lots of fun.
Oh, shame. Well, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. But yeah, you mustn't feel like you have to be here for the whole time either. You must just come and go. I know that you are all very busy, so just come and go as you need.
I'm going to put my video and audio off while we're waiting for everyone to join.
Sure.
So Jyoti, where are you based?
So I'm actually in South Africa at the moment, but my business is, so it's registered in Johannesburg. That was where the business was originally registered. And then I did register last year in Fujairah in the UAE. So it's registered with Fujairah Creative City in the UAE. Yeah.
Okay. And at the moment, are you in Joburg or?
No, I'm not in Joburg anymore. I am actually in the Midlands at the moment. I just
nice.
I lived in Joburg for 10 years and I just couldn't do it anymore.
Enough is enough.
No, I couldn't do it anymore. I completely burnt out, so I was not prepared to live that lifestyle anymore.
Yeah, that was us in Cape Town. Not the lifestyle, just 10 years in Cape Town was enough. Thank you.
So where are you now, Martie?
In Joburg.
Oh, okay. So you went the other way. And then you love it.
I love it.
So you've gone from bad to worse.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying, Martie.
Yeah, because both my husband and I suffer from terrible from hay fever. So, and we lived in Somerset West. So when they spray the apples in Vermeulen, the mountain, the wind come over the mountain, you get all those pollutants. And I used to walk around and scratch my eyes, and I was like, no, that's enough. So yeah, so we moved up here when my son was 2.
Okay, so now you've got Smogville.
Yeah.
All the mine dumps.
And the sulfur that's happening at the moment from all the mining and everything. So yeah, that's exciting.
So we were down at the South Coast last week and no hay fever. We're back Friday night and it's like, welcome home.
Yeah, I know. Yes, no. When I retire, it's going to definitely be on the South Coast somewhere because at least you can swim in that water.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Okay, that's notifications.
We've got like a minute to go. So did anyone have problems actually like logging in at all, or did you just click on the link? You didn't have to enter the password, did you?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, no, I also didn't have to. I'm going to do a Facebook Live now just to remind everybody that they need to join it.
That would be great. I tried to do that using Safari and it wouldn't let me, so. And then tried to log into Google Chrome, which was just even worse.
Now I'm going to use my phone.
Good idea.
Jyoti, have you done any Facebook Live events?
You know what? I have tried before with Facebook Live, but I just found it was very difficult to do that with the browser that I was using. Like I say, Safari wasn't great. And then I had to switch over to Chrome, and then it kept crashing. So that was why I just decided I'm just going to use Zoom. It was so much easier. Zoom or Skype, those two were what I found were good. And how about you, Martie? Did you have a similar experience?
No, I haven't been brave enough to do Facebook Live.
Okay.
I was like,
Yeah.
no. Zoom and Teams meetings are okay for me for now. So
Yes. I think they've improved it from the last time that I looked. So that's probably a good thing as well. And I think it's good, if you want to upload videos, just record them on Zoom and then upload them to Facebook. I think that's probably easier than using Facebook Live sometimes, because it depends on the internet speed as well. You should have good internet speed in Joburg.
Yeah, no, we do.
Because you've got fiber, so
yeah,
it's never foolproof, unfortunately.
Nope.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so it's 1 minute past 12. I'm going to just talk about some housekeeping rules. Does everybody know how to use Zoom, and is everybody comfortable with it? Okay. And if you need to ask any questions, you can just unmute yourselves. So if you don't know how to do that, just let me know in the chat box and I'll tell you how to do it. So you feel free to ask any questions using the chat box. And also if you want to just type a question to yourself or type a question to me and keep it there, that's fine. You can change where it says to everyone, and then you can change it to the speaker or the host or whoever you want to. You'll see all our names are there. And then just let us know if you've got any questions. And I know that Martie and Noleen mentioned that they don't have any problems with people asking questions during their presentations. So that's fine. I also don't mind. But just be courteous to your host and don't interrupt them when they're speaking, if possible, unless there's like a burning question that you need to ask or you need to interrupt them desperately because they've said something that you think needs immediate attention. Apart from that, I just don't want to break their flow because they've prepared their presentation. So that's why I'm asking us, please, just to be mindful of that. And yes, we're just waiting a few more minutes for people. We did have a couple of signups, actually like nearly 200 people signed up, and there is a limit of about 100. The limit is 100 for the Zoom call, and you're welcome to come and go as you need to. So don't feel obliged to stay the whole time. I am recording this event, and then we will cut it into segments and send you the link or links depending on where we actually upload them. It's probably going to be YouTube and Vimeo. So don't worry, you can actually have access to the presentations as and when you need them. So don't feel obliged. And I know that people are obviously working and can't spend like 5.5 hours on a presentation or in a conference. So that's cool. If you need to go, we won't be offended and we probably won't even notice. So go for it. Yeah, so Martie, Noleen, are you happy now that you've done the Facebook Live and everything's cool?
Yeah, no, I just did a quick 2 minutes or minutes kind of making sure that everybody realizes that we are a go. So I've done my side. So yeah, carry on.
Okay, I think I'm going to start with my presentation then because it is now 4 minutes past 12 and I don't think there's any major problems, technical problems. So I want to speak today about mindful freelancing and actually living in the now and being here now. And one of the questions that I got asked a lot from people who begin freelancing is, okay, well, where do I start? How do I start? Do I need to start getting my business card, my logo, or my corporate stationery ready? Do I need to register a business? Can I practice as a sole proprietor? And what is the best practice to use? So I see a lot of people who are so desperate to get started that they start focusing on all the wrong things, not because they are the wrong things, yes, you can focus on those things. You can focus on getting a logo developed and a business card developed, and those are important. But right off the bat, there are certain things that you need to do. And one of the first things is find a reliable, trustworthy accountant that you can sit down with and you can speak to them and say, look, I work for a company if you are currently employed. And you mentioned to them, listen, I'm going into freelancing and I need to work for this company for X amount of time while I get some savings in the bank. Talk to your accountant and say, what is the best way for me to do this? I'm thinking about bringing in partners. If you are, if you're not, and you're just a freelancer, you're a sole proprietor, then that's something you need to discuss with them as well. And they will say to you, okay, if you're a sole proprietor, these are the things you need to do. And they'll probably say, you don't need to register a business right away. You can further down the line. Noleen, you're shaking your head. Did you want to say something there?
So I'm agreeing with you. So you don't have to, I started my business and then registered once there was a business to register. In other words, cash flow started coming in. So it's always that you register first, but you have to set up the branding and all the other logistics. But yes, it's important to have an accountant. So it's kind of agreeing with you from that perspective.
Yes. And so the other thing that people do is they start panicking and thinking that, well, I've got to get all of these clients in one day and I've got to leave my job in 30 days and that's it. I can't possibly cope with these people anymore, the people that I'm working with, and they don't have a game plan and a long-term plan in place. So firstly, yes, I know that COVID has now played a role in people getting retrenched, people literally burning out and leaving their jobs, but you cannot just leave. I know that there are circumstances where you decide, hey, you know what, this isn't for me. I actually cannot, this environment is toxic, and that's a subject for a different day. And I personally have walked out of a job before without really having a plan because the environment was just so toxic. But if you are going into freelancing, you need to have a safety net. So that is why I would say the first thing that you do is find a reliable accountant, talk about your financial needs, talk to them about what it is you plan to do, and then talk to them and ask them to explain to you in layman's terms what it means to set up a business. Don't just go into it blindly and hope and pray that somehow it's all going to work out in the end and that your tax is just going to disappear or your accountant can just sort it out for you. That's not how it works. If you're freelancing, you need to know exactly what is coming into your account and what's going out of it and what you're spending money on. Because people tend to think that revenue is the same as profit. That is not the case. People, please, you need to understand the difference. So talk to your accountant, but start reading, and I would say start reading basic financial documents, statements, and familiarize yourself with the terminologies, because so many freelancers fall into this trap where they've got no idea what the accountant's saying. They just trust anybody. And then when the tax man comes knocking, they're like, oh, I wonder what happened here. No. So be prepared from that perspective. Then the second thing is, I know it's very tempting to say to your employer, listen, I'm out, I'm off. And you give them the 30 days notice and you're so excited and you're like, yay, I'm out of here. I can't wait. Yeah, that's not going to work too well for you if you don't have a good relationship with them. You don't have to have the best relationship with them if they've been terrible to you, but don't burn your bridges, because life has a funny way of giving you the people that you felt were difficult in the past. Yeah, you still have some lessons to learn with them. And sometimes they can actually become your best clients. And that happened to me quite a lot when I was freelancing, because they know you and you know them, and you actually know what it is that they need. So you can say to them, hi, listen, I can help you with these tasks because I know this supplier, I know this designer, I know this printer, for example, if you work in editing or any kind of book publishing. And then they say, hey, that person can actually help us. Yes, let's use them instead. And so because you've been so intricately involved in their internal processes, they can be your biggest allies. So don't discount the people that you're currently working for and the people who you have sort of within the last 5 to 10 years worked for. And always keep relationships going. So maybe you didn't get on with your boss or your manager, but how about the people that you worked with directly? So what about your colleagues? What about the people who worked in other departments that you really got on with? And I really hope that there were some of them that you at least got on with, because there's nothing worse than working with people that you hate. The point of the matter is that you want to always keep relationships going and keep them as good as you possibly can, because those are the people who are actually going to support you in the end. So have a plan. And you can say to your boss, read your contract very carefully before you speak to your boss. Read it over and over again and ensure you understand the language. And hopefully it's written in language that is plain enough for you to understand. If it's not, you can always consult with a labor lawyer. But if there is nothing there that has a non-compete clause, or there's nothing there that prevents you from freelancing, then you can speak to your boss and say, I'm interested in freelancing. I will do this after hours. I will do this over the weekends. I will do it in my free time. I won't sit here proofreading a UNISA textbook, for example, during my work hours, which I have seen people do. But yeah, so again, that's a conversation for another day. But yeah, so you want to have people on your side. So make sure you speak to your boss and you say, listen, I'm going to be freelancing in my free time. Are you okay with this? This is not your direct competitor. Firstly, there are other people that I'm approaching. It's not the company's competitor. So until you build your safety net, I would say at least 6 months salary in the bank. I wouldn't, sometimes you can get away with 3, but I think certainly with COVID, I wouldn't go less than 6 months without salary in the bank, savings that you can draw on. And remember, that isn't your money. It's not a picnic basket. So it's not like you can go and dip in there whenever you need some cash. This is cash that's going to keep your business going, and it's going to keep you going, because at the end of the day, you need to pay yourself first. And that is also something that's super, super important. So yeah. So what I'm saying to you essentially is, if you want to be mindful in your business, you start with priorities. And those priorities are the fact that you look after yourself first, and you make sure that you don't have things like a lot of debt, for example, or you don't start off having things where you don't actually need them. Like I say, your logo and your branding will come, but they are not 110% essential at the start of your business. Yes, you do have to get your name out there. And Noleen especially will speak to you just now about how you need to build up your online presence and your digital presence and your digital footprint. But firstly, you need to have a reputation going, and you need to have relationships going. So you can't just say, well, I'm just going to quit my job 30 days and then hope for the best. Got to have a plan in mind. And so it's all well.
Jyoti, we've lost your connection, your audio connection.
Nothing?
I think it might be your internet.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thanks, Noleen, for letting me know. Yeah, I think the internet is a bit slow again. Sorry about that. But yes, so as I was saying, yeah, you want to have a safety net, and part of being in the now and being a freelancer who is in the now, you need to prioritize everything that you do. So the most important thing that you're going to need when you start are two things. You need a notebook and a pen, because you are going to write down what your priorities are. You need to have a list. You can't just go in with no plan, because that is where freelancers battle the most, especially women, and especially when it comes to finances. That's something that I see so often. And people say, okay, but I've got all of this experience and I know all of this stuff. And that's well and good. And I'm very happy for you. But unless you have something to offer that is different to your competitors, and let's be honest, in the freelancing market, there are so many people who are offering exactly what you are offering. What is it that you bring to the table that is different, that is unique? What makes your business unique? And why should people hire you? I mean, Martie and Noleen, I'm going to tell you, in all the groups that we belong to, how many times do you see people saying, oh, this is my first time, I've got 30 plus years experience, and now I don't know why people won't give me a chance. And it's like, okay, but why should they give you a chance? And you see it on LinkedIn, people who are super professional, and they're saying, oh, but I don't understand why nobody's going to give me a chance. I'm leaving LinkedIn and this doesn't work for me. Nobody is entitled to give you anything. And this is why I say relationships are going to make or break you in this game. And you can't go in on all alone. And you also cannot go in saying, oh, I've got all this free time and I'm going to party and I'm going to do this and I'm going to use my bank account like a picnic basket. And no, you need to have self-discipline, and you need to understand that your connections, all the people that you know on LinkedIn and Facebook, those are the people who are going to be your best word of mouth referrals. So if you're going onto Facebook and telling everybody how terrible, your life is and how awful this is and how you're so broke and everybody else must help you, well, no, nobody's going to help you then. People are going to say, okay, is this person trying? Are they actually doing something to advance their business? Are they doing something to actually support themselves? Are they going out there with the correct mindset and saying, I'll sell cabbages on the side of the road so I can support myself, but I won't beg people and say that I'm entitled to this, that, and the next thing. Again, it's all about your work ethic. It's about how you portray yourself professionally, and it's about how you network and you communicate with people. And there are always aspects of synergy in whatever you do. So people are saying things like, in discussions that I've had with people, they say things like, oh yeah, but my competitor's doing this and my competitor's doing that. And I think, but okay, why are you so worried about what your competitor's doing? Your competitor is not you. They don't have the experience that you have. They don't have the unique selling point that you or your business has. And they spend so much time focusing on what the rates of that person is, or how much they're doing in terms of their social media, or what they're doing in terms of their branding, that they completely lose the plot. And they think that that's now something that they need to be focusing on. And everybody's on a different level and a different stage of their game, their career, and their path. And you know what? A lot of those people aren't even doing it scrupulously. Some of them can be doing it in all sorts of dodgy ways. And I'll give you an example. So if you want to go onto Facebook and you say, right, well, I need to get like 10,000 followers on my page. Sure, you can go, and maybe by the end of next week, you can get 10,000 followers. You just need to pay a few people. You can pay Facebook as well, and they'll find you followers for X amount of money. But are those 10,000 followers your customers? Are they going to buy from you? Or are they just people that Facebook or whoever you've hired, are those just people that they got some likes for you, and those likes are just there on your Facebook page, but those people don't mean anything? So again, get the people who are interested in your business, interested in you as a person, and interested in what you have to offer. Because there's no use trying to convince people that you're better than the competition if you are so insecure in yourself. And I think that's also part of the reason I talk about priorities so much, because it's so easy to get distracted by social media. And Martie in particular is going to talk about time management, and that is so key in terms of mindfulness. And mindfulness is something that you can break down so simply, and all it really means is, how do I live in the now, in this moment, in the present? And you can only build a business day by day and step by step. So again, I'll go back to priorities. If you decide you want to become a freelancer tomorrow, step one, speak to your accountant first. Find out what you need to find out about your tax. Then you decide about how you're going to register your business, if you are going to register your business, or if you're going to be an SP, sole proprietor. And then you start looking at your finances, and you need to be honest about what you're doing with your finances. You need to actually look at your bank account and make sure you understand what your bank account is saying. Because again, I spoke earlier about people don't understand the difference between profit and between revenue. And they use their bank accounts like a savings account. And your bank account as a business is not a savings account. It's not there for you to dip into as and when you like. So you need to understand those basic principles. And if you don't understand them, then that is something that you need to research and you need to discover. Then the next thing you do is you start reaching out to your connections. You start saying to them, I want to freelance. I'm going to, and then you explain to them what it is you're going to do, whatever business it is you'd like to start. And you say to them, do you have somebody who you know would be interested in my services? Could you put me in touch with them? And even if that person is not interested in your services straight away, perhaps it's wise to also ask them to mentor you if you haven't done this before. And if it's somebody who is more experienced than you are, you don't always have to look for mentors in the same field as you, because you can learn so much from unilateral communication and from communication which comes laterally. And this is why you learn so much from your colleagues, because even though they work in the same domain as you, you can still network with them, and they can still say, hey, I know this person, she's now started freelancing, and she can help you with your tax, or she can help you with digital marketing, or she can help you with whatever, photography. But if you don't speak to people, and if you don't network, and if you don't tell them what you're doing, nobody is ever going to know. And then the other very important step that you need to do when you first start out is talk to your boss or your manager and be transparent and say, I'm a responsible person. I'm telling you that this is what I'm going to do. There is not a non-compete clause in my contract. I've looked at it and I understand, obviously, I will not go to the competitor and then do work for them or disclose anything about the company, because obviously some companies are rightfully quite sticky about that kind of thing. So you want to assuage their fears and you want to say to them, I am still loyal to you for the time that I work for you, and I look forward to having a relationship with you after I leave. But you don't need to sit there and not tell them and not be honest, because like I said earlier, they can be your biggest client. When you leave, they can actually be your first client because you know the dynamics and the inner workings of that company better than a lot of other people do. And so you can start offering services that you know they need, instead of asking, people going in cold. Cold calling is difficult, especially if you don't have any kind of intro, any kind of introduction to a person in a company, and you just phone them or you email them and say, these are my services. And they're like, okay, but who are you? It's easier now with email because you can introduce yourself, but the chances of somebody reading that email, 0 to none in some cases. So yeah, you need to, I would say one of the most important things you can do is work on your relationships that you have right now. And this is why I say that the now is so important in freelancing and focusing on what you have available in front of you right now, because so many women that I know have fallen into that trap of getting so future oriented that they, instead of looking at where they are now on their journey and where their business is and what their bank account is actually saying they can do, then they look ahead and say, okay, but now this person or this competitor that I see on Facebook or LinkedIn is now doing this. And that person, again, you don't know where they are, how long they've been doing this, but if you're looking to see what the similarities are between you and them, you don't understand the differences either. So you can't keep comparing yourself to other people. You need to start with what you have right now. And again, you have to leverage that and discover what your advantages are over everybody else's. And if you join any sort of career group, and again, I'm sure Noleen and Martie will talk about this, where you see people saying that they are desperate for work. Yes, I understand that people are desperate for work, and COVID has only made this worse. But again, if you are not saying to us, I'm available for work and these are the things that I can do, nobody is going to help you. Nobody can help you. So I think we must also commend all of you for being here today and actually taking that first step to recognize that you need to build on something. Because if you don't have anything to build on, then you have no foundation and it's a shot in the dark, because you're competing with literally millions of other people, not only in this country, but worldwide. Because if you think your rates can compare with people in this country, well, okay, but what about people in India or the Philippines or Nigeria, where people can just say, okay, but I can half that rate. And people will pay them because their rate is still cheaper than yours. And it doesn't matter how good you are and how much you complain and how much you argue with somebody. There's always going to be somebody who undercuts you. And that brings me to another point that you're going to find when you start out on your freelance journey. The unfortunate truth is freelancers spend a lot of time on job boards. They spend most of their time on job boards. And job boards, again, it's not always a great way to spend your time, because again, people are going to undercut you. You're going to spend a lot of time emailing people who are never going to get back to you. And a lot of the time, those people are people who are going to pay the cheapest rates. And even I've had a situation where people have said to me, I will pay you this rate. And you say, okay, cool. And you send them your purchase order. And then they come back and say, I haven't signed the purchase order yet because my manager says, can you do it cheaper? And you say, no, but this is the rate that you agreed on. Now you can't come back to me and say that you want to have another rate. And that is going to happen to you, unfortunately, a lot in some cases, depending on who it is you work with. So be mindful of that. And don't be the person who works for like 20 Rand an hour, because that is what you have to do to undercut. And you're sitting with a fantastic CV, you've got a lot of experience, and then you're prepared to work for 20 Rand an hour. That's ridiculous. And as women especially, you should not accept that. Women are universally underpaid compared to men. And if we keep saying, oh yes, but we'll work for less, then that's what you're going to get paid. And that's what the market becomes. And that is a really shocking part about it, is that people will work for next to nothing. And I'm not joking with you now. I mean, to this day, people are going to offer you rates that are lower than the packers at Pick and Pay and Checkers. So be prepared for that. And you need to say to people, I'm sorry, I'm a skilled worker. I have X amount of experience. And yes, experience does count. It does. But it's not the end all and be all. You also need to say what differentiates you from the competition. And I hate that word, but anyway, the point of it is that you need to say, this is who I am. This is what I have to offer. And then convince the person that this is what you're able to do. And if you make a promise to somebody, deliver. So it's always better to overpromise than underdeliver. Because if you underdeliver, that sets the tone for your entire relationship. And a lot of the industries where we work, people know each other. And they also know the freelancers that they work with. So some of the freelancers have been working with them for 30 plus years, and they know them very well. So if you start off on the wrong foot with them, unfortunately, they do talk. So always put your money where your mouth is when you're developing any kind of relationship with anyone, and ensure that what you're saying is truthful. Don't go in there and say, oh, yes, I can do, I don't know, say the legal transcription for you because I once did this for the company, but I don't actually have any background. But you'll say, yeah, I'm a legal transcription specialist. Don't do that. I do believe that there are cases where you can say yes if you feel comfortable doing the work, but you need to be honest. You can't say things like, I can do X, Y, and Z if you really can't. So there's a difference. The crux of the matter is be honest. And you also need to be very honest about your time as a freelancer. And I think Martie is obviously going to cover that a lot just now. But your time is so precious. And I also don't like the idea of an 8-hour workday, because that's something that the Industrial Revolution put on us. And it's something that has been around for from the 1800s, which is absolutely ridiculous and should never have been put on modern society anyway. But people believe that you must work 8 hours a day, even though, you can get the work done in 4 hours. So be mindful of your time. If you want to work 8 hours, if you want to work 10 hours, if you want to work 12 hours, that's fine. You can do that. But the point of the matter is be mindful about the amount of time you spend on a project and how much you're charging per hour. Work out your hourly rate for any project and make sure that it's something that is worthwhile for you. Because you must remember that hourly rate is going to determine your salary at the end of the month. And you need to pay yourself before you do anything else in your business. So that's also part of why I talk about being in the now, is you need to be completely present in everything that you do, and you need to be accountable for every minute of your day. So take it seriously and don't just mess around and say, oh, well, it's okay if I spend 3 days on this project when it only should have taken you a day. And I know that things happen, and life happens and you've got to try and make up that time. But at the same time, you can't drag out projects indefinitely. And you also need to be accountable to your project manager or the person that you're working with, your client, and you need to let them know if something's going to take much longer than anticipated. Because again, that builds respect, and it also shows them that you're serious about what you do. So those are things that you need to think very carefully about early on in your business. And I think that so many people think it's okay to not be honest and not say, I need to take a break, or I need to finish this project now because I need to move on to something that's better paying. And finish the project. Don't just say to the client or the customer, I'm not going to finish this project because it's not worth my while. Finish the project because you need to be accountable, but then learn to take on better paying work and then schedule your time around it. Oh, sorry, I've got a question here. In your opinion, what is the most cost-effective but effective project management tool? What is your opinion of Monday.com, for example? So project management tools, that's something that really depends on the sector that you're working for. So for publishing project management, I'm going to talk about that for a little bit. We found that there wasn't a publishing project management tool that actually worked for us, because when you are working in a very specific industry, what happens is a generic tool doesn't always have all the little legs that you need in a process. So we understand that a process has, for example, 8 legs to it, and they need to be completed before we move on to the next step. Now, in a generic project management tool, there's something there that needs to happen before this process can happen, and they become very, very rigid, and there is no chance or opportunity for flexibility in those project management tools. And that is absolutely fine for some industries. If you're working in the mining industry, that's perfect for you. But if you're working in an industry where you're doing any kind of creative work, or you're doing something where you need any kind of flexibility with your time and with the tools that you're working with and with the client that you're working with, then I would say you've got to create your own project management schedule. And for me, I found that Dropbox Paper was actually brilliant for project management tools. I use checklists a lot. So read a book. It's called The Checklist Manifesto by Atul Gawande. It's a brilliant book. It will give you such insight into how to prioritize. And that book also is a great project management tool because it teaches you the basics of how to use your time wisely, but also how to prioritize. I personally don't use project management tools, but that's a personal preference. I use checklists, and I manage my time according to the chunks in my day. For me, I can work through a task quickly if I know that I've only got a specific amount of time to work on it. I just work better that way. That doesn't mean that's true for everybody. So you need to decide what project management tool works best for you, your industry, and your personality. I don't think that there's one that's right for everybody. And I don't think that there's one that's right for everybody in the same industry. So I'm sorry if I'm not answering your question the way that you wanted to be answered, but I just don't really like project management tools, the very rigid ones. I use them, but I don't use them in the way that people expect them to be used. Yes, I see here that somebody says, I use Excel and checklists as well. Yeah, you have to find what works for you. I agree. Excel is also very useful for that. Yeah, and like I say, Dropbox Paper is great. It comes with really nice checkbox tools, and there are various things that you can use. You don't even have to have a Dropbox account. I think you can use it online just as it is, and it's free. So you don't have to have a paid Dropbox account either. I found that Google Sheets and Google Drive, and yeah, it was just getting a bit archaic and a bit boring. So I changed over to something a bit more interesting and a bit more fun. Yeah, but I like trying new things. And again, that's not something that everybody likes to do. So that's my project management tool go-to. And then I use Evernote a lot, which is actually, funnily enough, a tool that's been on the market for a really long time. But I love it because if you're reading a lot, there's so many things that you can do with that tool. Because if you're reading on your Kindle and you need to highlight something, then you can just import those highlights into your notes on Evernote, and you can do like a million different things with it. It's so cool. But yeah, again, it really depends on you and what you want to do. So, and also how comfortable you are with technology. Not everybody's comfortable using technology all the time. Some people hate reading on a Kindle, for example, and some people love it. It really depends on you. So I think that, yeah, sorry, I'm reading here. Using the same method, lol, works for me, but we'll look at the Dropbox one. Okay, cool. Yeah, look at Dropbox Paper. It's called Dropbox Paper. I would really recommend it. There are some others. If you look at sorry to promote myself, look at notablecom.com, look at the blog. I wrote one in January about work from home tools. I think you might find some interesting tools there that you can try out. And I don't get paid for mentioning them, so don't worry. No affiliate links. It's just actually friendly advice that I gave to everybody there. So just go have a look at that, and you'll find some work from home tools that might be useful to you there, Susan. Yeah, so let me know also if there are things that you'd like to know more about. I'll write another article about that. And yeah, so I think I've been yakking on for a long time now. Who would like to ask some more questions? I'll open it up to the floor.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi there. My name's Dakira. I just want to ask. I think you kind of answered it, but I just kind of want to get you put on it again. So I'm currently working. I'm doing design and copy work. I'm a writer.
Okay.
I'm finishing up my master's and in creative writing, and I have tons of experience in just various other industries. And I worked in communications last year, but we got retrenched. So now I've started, and I'm finishing up my yoga teacher's training because I want to eventually have my own business teaching like mindfulness also. But goals, like everyday mindfulness, goal setting, and yeah, yoga. However, right now I'm busy doing design and copy work. So so it's not just copy editing, it's actually conceptualization and writing out the business's copy and creating campaigns for them. And so as the universe, allowed, a lot of females are coming to me, which is cool. However, they pay you like, these are like these could be sort of female empowerment kind of vibes, but I'm getting paid very little. And I've accepted it because the content because I want to build up my clientele, and because I don't know, like I want to build up my clientele, but also because I just want to get some work going. Mm-hmm. So even though they've paying me quite a little, I'm trying to just do the work because I love the work and I want to see where it's going to take me. It's like a completely different approach than I've had before, where I would be earning 20 something a month, and that's normal for me. Now it's like I'm actually consciously being like, let me just try to do this, let me try to do these jobs because I really love it. I'm getting experience and I love the content.
Yeah,
but I'm confused sometimes. I'm like, is this right or isn't it right? Like I get confused. My moral compass doesn't know what is right or wrong, if that makes sense. And yeah.
Yes, sure. So, one of the things that I recommend to people is that you go onto the South African Freelancers Association website. So it's SAFREA, SAFREA, and they always have a rates section. So especially for somebody like you who's working with graphic design and with copy, and I know you're not working strictly with copy, but it will give you a good indication of how much you should charge, and that's sort of like how much people are charging. The other organization that people use is PEG, the Professional Editors Group, I think it's called now, and they are very supportive, and they give people an idea of rates, and sort of, because there isn't an industry governing body in across the board for like design work and copy, etc., it makes things very difficult for people. So again, that's why I say you have people who are charging 20 Rand an hour and are highly qualified, but that's literally, they will accept that pay because that's all that they can get in terms of work. And with COVID, yes, of course, people are battling, but there are always going to be unscrupulous people who are going to take you for a ride and say, yeah, but that's all I can afford right now.
Yeah.
And you have to be discerning. And I think you also need to see how long things are taking you. Because if you have clients where one is paying you better and they're giving you a fairly constant amount of work, then you need to prioritize that client over somebody who's saying to you, yes, well, I need you to get this done now, and I'll pay you for it, but they're more demanding than your client who's giving you a constant load of work and who's giving you more or less something that you are happy with in terms of a rate. So it's, and I think also you need to go back to the people who are paying you low rates and say, I'm sorry, but this is unacceptable. Look, I've done it for you this one time, but I can't keep accepting this. It took me, and then you log your hours in an Excel spreadsheet even, and say, this is how long it took me to do this work. And I cannot keep doing it for this amount of money. So either please up my rate, or I'm not going to work for you anymore. And don't accept a low rate just because that person is going to try and bargain you down. If you get into that kind of conversation, it becomes fruitless. It becomes a waste of your time. And you know what kind of person that client is. They're always going to do you down. So, you know, it's very, very difficult. I know. And I think you also don't want to be emotionally blackmailed, because now times are tough due to COVID. Times are always tough. You know, there's always going to be something that comes along where people are going to say, yeah, but I had to tighten my belt more this year because X, Y, and Z happened. Yeah, we all get it. We've all been there. We're all living through COVID, but people are still, we all are hanging on and we keep going. So they still have to pay you. It's like, you know, if you walk into Woolworths and you say, okay, well, I guess I need this, but I'm not going to pay. Like, well, then what do people think is going to happen? You know, you're just going to walk out of Woolworths with you know, like your gluten-free pasta or something. It's ridiculous. And people think that it's okay because you're a freelancer, they can just mess you around. It's shocking and it's not acceptable. So even send them the Safria rates and say, for my industry, these are the recommended rates. So I'm sorry, but I can't charge this anymore. I can't accept this rate anymore. That's what I would do. And I know it's easier said than done, especially when you have a relationship with somebody. But remember that all relationships should be based on trust and honesty. And if that person or that company is not going to come to the party in terms of trust and honesty, then, you know, you've got to cut your losses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on the time here. I also want to share with you guys a really cool, I'm trying to find it.
So can I add that?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so in my experience, I started out also, your rates match the value that you see yourself as. In other words, when I first started out, I was like, cheap as chips, right? You know, you just want to get into that job and you just, and your value add is this amount, and it takes you those 3 days that Jyoti was talking about, but you charged half an hour's worth of work. it's one thing to get experience, but it's another to actually start seeing the value that your clients actually have. And until I understood my own personal value, and this is a journey each one of you have to go through, because this is not something that's a magic wand and goes poof. It's something I had to personally go through. It's coaching. I had mentors that I kept on checking in with. So that's where Jyoti was saying that you have peers, you network, you have people in different industries, but what you're doing is they're going, wow, Noleen, you're doing such great work, and you guys are complementing each other and you guys are leveling up together. So your charge should not be related. So remember, when you left your job, your job valued you at a rate. So to work that out, if it was 20,000 Rand, you take 21 days. So take the 20,000 Rand, divide by 21 days, divide it by 8, and that's your hourly rate, your minimum hourly rate. If you're not charging at least that minimum hourly rate, you're undercharging. So think about it. If you in corporate was worth that, now as a freelancer, you're adding so much more value. You're actually more value than that. So just think about it just from a normal. Okay, so I did study accounting, and now guess what? I'm in social media and marketing, and I outsourced my accounting. But I see Anusha has a question. Her hand is up.
Yes. Go for it, Anusha, and Noleen and I, and whoever else wants to add stuff can ask.
No, didn't mean to interrupt you. I'll go after you, Noleen. You carry on chatting.
No, that's good. Go for it.
So I just want to echo what you said, Noleen. I mean, I left corporate, I think it's almost 3 years ago, and I was pretty much at the top of, the corporate ladder at that point in time. And I just decided, after a few things that I was asked to do that were very unscrupulous, I decided this was not the company that I wanted to work for. But then I also said, this is where I want to start my own business. So when I started actually looking at what my rate is that I wanted to charge, I went back to my total cost of employment and I looked at what my current employer paid me. And I broke that down from the benefits to the bonuses to everything. And that was my starting point. And I also looked at what other consultants were charging in the space, which was way over what I was actually charging. And I didn't want to actually, and because I was starting out, I said, no, that's not what I would like to do. And I gave my clients an option of an hourly rate and a daily rate. And I met people through networking, through ex-colleagues and all of that. And I put a profile together for myself because I had years of experience. I had a lot of speaking experience and things. And that's where you need to start. You need to kind of start at the beginning, but you must never undervalue yourself, because if somebody says to you, I can't afford you, then walk away. Yep. Or if they say, I've only got a certain budget, then you can say, okay, I can work within that budget. Because what you need to remember is, even though the work takes you half an hour to do, you've got 17 years or 20 years that you've had to perfect that work. So it's coming with 20 years of time, not your half an hour that you're putting into it to get it done. And even when my husband wanted to start out and get into his own business, I said to him, the one thing you need to do is not undervalue your time. You've got these years of experience, and stop doing that, because people get used to that idea of you charging that amount of money, and they always expect that. So, I mean, you can pretty much, if you worked in a corporate environment, you could have pretty much been in a space where you could have worked for you could have worked for a whole month and earned that salary, but now you'll work for 7 days and earn that same amount of money. And you've got other time to get involved in other work like NGOs and, NPOs, or even further, accelerate your own skills. So at the end of the day, don't undervalue yourself and don't undervalue your time. Don't undervalue your experience. And that's my kind of takeaway. And for the last 3 years, have charged my clients the same rate. I've never increased my rates or anything of that sort. And I've never said to them, here's an annual increase, because I know it's still a good amount of money. But But there will come a time where I'll say to them, well, and they'll be in a position and a relationship. I mean, some of them have taken me on for 3 months and they keep coming back, and they'll go like, and one of them, I actually said to them, it's been like 22 months. We are on invoice 22 now. And she says to me, well, I've been here for 3 years and I only met you when you started out. So you've just got to kind of persist at it. And even when the times become tough, like during COVID and things like that, you've got to rely on your networking. You've got to rely on yourself, and you've got to trust yourself.
Very
And
true.
I think that's, for me, is the most important takeaway. You've got to trust yourself, because if you don't trust yourself, nobody else is going to, and people are going to see that all over your face. So your energy and your passion is to always be there.
That's very, very true. Next time we'll invite you to be a speaker too.
I'm happy to coach and mentor, women in this sort of space, because when I started out, people actually said to me, are you crazy? I don't, are you really going to do this? I mean, even my own family even said to me, how could you do this? They were like, and I said to them, I'm going to do it. And I think in order to prove everybody wrong, I carried on and I persisted at it. And I just, despite whatever goes on, I've always kind of been persistent at it. And if I decide to go back to corporate, it'll be on my own terms.
Yes.
It'll be on my own. But, with the networking and everything else that you do, you'll never want to go back to that space. I never want to go back, to be honest. I have a lot of more time for myself, a lot more time for my children. I get to do the things that I didn't get to do when I was in corporate. And, even if you're an exec in corporate, people still, there's time management, there's all of those things. You can't do the things that you need to do to get on with life.
That's very true. Sorry, Anusha,
Thank you.
We lost your sound, Jyoti.
And she's gone. Hello.
No.
The joys of technology. So if we're not competing with Eskom, we're competing with fiber, right?
Mm.
I also just want to echo, because from now, I mean, which is very weird. Now Nushi and I were actually connected and started doing conversations when I was in corporate and she was in corporate, and then she recognized my face and started messaging me saying, yeah, we must do coffee. So Anusha and I are now going to do coffee separately, because we understand the networking side of things and that kind of stuff. But it's also, I just want to echo something that Jyoti mentioned right in the beginning, that don't burn your bridges. Now, for me, burning those bridges is hectic. I have one of my clients, I don't know if she's actually listening, Linda, that's online. So if Linda's online, that's awesome. But, in terms of hearing, because she could be in between meetings or calls or something, but she used to be my boss 15 or 20 years ago. Am I frozen?
no, you're here. I don't know if you can hear me, but you are there.
Okay, just double checking. And now she's one of my monthly clients and has been for the last 3 years. And you're going to get those challenging days, you're going to have those and it's always nice to pick up the phone or go and meet up with someone and just say, hey, as a fellow business owner, I'm here for you. I'm just checking in. How are things? And I think that's also the other thing is when you start with networking, don't just think about it in the start of your networking scenario going, this could be a great business client, because that's when I started. I had this whole corporate list, because Anusha was, one of my connections, and she was in the corporate space. I could possibly, sell to her. And we'll go into depth into that, but it's about the relationship, and it's about building your self-worth with your network as well, and building each other up. And I think there's too many women that crush each other and try and compete with one another unnecessarily. especially in the freelancing space. And I think if you have an opportunity to start networking with people around you and start building each other up, refer each other on. Obviously, don't refer someone if you haven't worked with them directly or seen their work. I've learned that from experience. But, work with people, share their content and share their information. You don't know where that person's next job is also going to come from.
That's very true. Yes. And sorry, just to come back to this question that we have here. This is Lisa Gerber. What is your opinion about charging nothing for the first few months to gain relationships and connections? Never do that. You never, don't ever not charge for a job. That is just working for, nobody works for free. Not even a dog works for free. Okay. So I am now training to be a dog trainer, and we pay the dogs by giving them liver bread or bologna or sausages. So even a dog doesn't work for free. No one works for free. If you work for free by writing a blog post, for example, that's still not working for free, because that's your SEO, that's your content marketing. That is something that's recyclable content that you can still use. So don't work for free.
But you could barter.
You can barter, yeah.
Okay, so one thing I've also done in my business is if I've needed certain things, maybe, for instance, my husband does body stress release. I now barter with the lady that does the body stress release, and I do her social media, and she, fixes my husband that, he gives, Q20 essentially, that they're making sure that he's being looked after. But then you've got an opportunity to barter. So it's worth for worth, value for value. Don't barter just for the sake of bartering because someone says, oh, I can barter with you. Yeah, but what have you got that I want? And what have I got that you want that you can barter? So back in the day, here's a potato and it was equal to 2 onions. There you go. So barter your worth, not just barter for the sake of bartering.
Yes, it's like my personal trainer barters with the somatologist so that she does a massage for him and she gets a free, personal training session. And so that works well because the value that they charge per hour is pretty much equal. So be careful about your hourly value again.
100%. So, sorry, Jyoti, if I may jump in here.
Yes, I'm going to make you a host now because it's your turn to talk. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry.
So I'll add on and then I'll just carry on into my talk. So I had an interesting conversation with a client the other day, and he's like, okay, fine. So one of my services, website design and so forth and so forth. So he's like, okay, fine, so quote me. And I said to him, I'm going to quote you, but please discuss with me if you're not happy with my price. Something I shouldn't have said, but he's like, I'm the kind of guy that if I'm not happy, I walk away, I don't discuss. I said to him, the only reason I said discuss is because people don't understand. He said, I understand that you quote what you think you are worth. And if I negotiate you down on your rate, you're going to get the job, do the work, but going to do it grudgingly because I can spend this time earning what I could be earning my full rate with another client. So you're not going to give it the attention that you should. And I was like, that's a different way of looking at it. Because, and also following on Lisa's other comment that she says, I agree, I saw another VA advertising herself like this, so I was wondering. And the VA industry, like the freelance industry, has absolutely exploded during COVID. And I agree with Lisa, there are so many new virtual assistants who wants to, I want to do it for free, or they'll, my rate is X, and then, but the next sentence is, but I'll do the work for X, for a lot less. And then I would have the conversation with them and say, where did your rate come from? No, I thumb sucked it. I was like, it doesn't work like that. And just my last point before I go into my talk is, if you charge, for instance, 100 Rand an hour, okay, you decide that's your base rate. You're not going to start your business today and have 50 clients tomorrow. You're not going to have clients who are going to keep you busy for 8 hours a day. So you're not going to make up your salary. like you guys have touched on it briefly earlier, you have to just know what you need to earn in a month. Obviously, you have expenses, you need to pay rent, etc., etc., etc. So you need to keep these things in mind when you calculate your rate. So, and that's all I'm going to say on that for now, because I can talk forever on that. So I just want to share my screen. Okay. So, cool. As you all know by now, my name is Martie, and I am a director of the Complete Virtual Assistants based in Joburg. But as a virtual assistant, we are available everywhere. During 2019, this was probably the picture we were all looking forward to 2020, planning our holidays, planning the goals we have set for 2020, and a plan that we were all going to soar, and it's going to be amazing, yeah. And before we knew it, that was the picture we were all stuck with. So 2020 is definitely a year that we will all remember, for the good or the bad. As we went into hard lockdown and we were faced with news reports of companies closing down, people not allowed to go to work, retrenchments, decrease in salary. So you can imagine that the industry, the freelancing and the VA industry absolutely exploded. So people had to find a way to work. So our 21 days of lockdown honeymoon. So, and I'm not making light of it, but the 26th of March, the day when we went into lockdown, was my 26th wedding anniversary. So hubby and I thought we go into 21 days of honeymoon. Well, not much so. So our 21 days of honeymoon turned into weeks and months, and here we are a year later. So the way people work has definitely changed. And the work days were not merely getting through focused work, but it was dealing with kids and schoolwork and trying to be productive and work-life balance and days turned into, from day 1, day 2, day 3, one long day that you actually had to look on your phone to make sure that today is actually Monday and not still last week Friday. So I'm sure you can all relate. So we were definitely faced with different challenges while trying to maintain this work-life balance. So research actually shows that by 2027, the majority of workers will be freelancing. So if you're new to the freelance industry, this is the way to go, because the world is following suit. It is said that we manage our time, or our time will manage us. And William Penn said that time is what we want the most, but what we use the worst. So how do we actually manage our time effectively? If I can look at the definition of time management. So time management is the process of planning and exercising conscious control of the time spent on specific activities to work smarter rather than harder. So it's basically a juggling act of various things that increase our efficiency and our work-life balance. So time management is in actual fact life management. It's principles that apply to any aspect of our life, especially your business when you're getting started. So the idea is to take control over what you do and choose the important tasks over the unimportant. So that is the key to reaching success. Each of us only have 24 hours a day. How we spend our time will assist us in managing our time effectively and not be so worst, according to William Penn added. So I'd like to share a short video to illustrate the value of 24 hours a day. So let's have a look. Let's see if it works. So I'd like to open the floor and ask you, what is your time management style? So there was a survey done a couple of years ago, and these were the questions they asked. So you can just type 1, 2, 3, or 4. So the first one being, I plan in advance and I always finish before my deadline. Or I sometimes put things off, but I always make it on time. Or I'm a procrastinator and I always finish at the very last minute. Or the last one, I don't make my deadlines ever. So if you wouldn't mind just taking a moment and just leave your comments. Let's see. Sorry, Jyoti, can you pull up the chat? Somehow it doesn't want to show it on my side.
Can you see it now?
No.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not there. Let me try and move it back. Can everybody else see it? It must. Otherwise, I'll read it to
Please,
you.
if you don't mind.
We can see the chat.
Yeah, sure. So Anusha says that she can see the chat as well. I don't know why you can't see it. It's weird.
So if you go to the bottom
anyway.
next to participants, you can just click on the chat box there.
Okay, mine's at the top now. I can see where it says chat, but I can't get my mouse will play with, then that will also help.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
Having the
Ah,
same
found
bug.
it. Cool. So let's see. There's a LOL. 11333232. Ideally 1. Otherwise, between 2 and 3, 2, 2. Okay, usually 2, 1, 2. Yes, yes. 2, 3, but moving to 1. Awesome. So I'm glad to see there's no number 4s. So the statistics showed that 21% of the people was in line with those that is 1, that plan in advance and always finish before their deadline. 50% tend to put things off, but always make it on time. And there's actually a saying that if there was no such thing as a deadline, a lot of tasks will never get done. 24% of people are procrastinators, and 5% don't make deadlines ever, which means there's no time management there. Okay, so I would like to share a couple of time management techniques. Okay, I'd just like to briefly touch on them. There's 3 main ones that's the most popular ones that I'd like to briefly touch on. The first one being setting SMART goals. The second one being the Eisenhower matrix, and the last one being the Kanban board. So as mentioned before with Jyot's presentation, whatever techniques you have, if it's working for you, then keep using it. Don't spend time or basically waste time trying every single one. If you're new and you're not sure why, then how or what will work for you, then try a few. But if you have a way that works for you, then continue doing that. Yeah. So before we actually go into time management, okay, it's proper time management always starts with setting goals and knowing in which direction you want to go in life and in business. And there's 3 main types of goals, being personal goals, financial goals, and business goals. And Stephen Covey says, start with the end in mind. So if you think about your personal goals, why are you going into business? Is it for better quality of life, work-life balance? What are your goals? Your personal goals will closely relate to your why for starting your business. Your financial goals are the ones that you need to know to set because they finance your personal goals. We often get so lost in trying to just break even that we don't allow ourselves to achieve our personal goals. And then lastly, our business goals. These are the ones that we need to achieve to make our financial goals, and thus our personal goals. So starting with the end in mind, so what is our personal goal? If you have those done, then you can focus on working towards your goals. Then breaking down SMART goals. So, which is one of the most popular techniques. It started in 1981 by a guy of the name of George T. Doran. So imagine one of your goals is to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. Okay, so the idea with SMART goals is pretty simple. Your goal needs to be specific. So that needs to be a clearly defined desired outcome of what you want to achieve. So in this case, it's to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. Your goal needs to be measurable. So there must be a way to measure your progress. What do you need to do in order to get to Mount Kilimanjaro? You need to get fit. You need to get a coach. You need to get a team. You need to do your research to know what is needed to be able to know what are you measuring. Your goal needs to be achievable. So the goal can be met with available resources. You need a team leader, you need finances, you need support, or whatever the case might be. Your goal needs to be relevant. So it must fit a bigger picture, and you must know why you want to achieve this goal. So what is your driving motivation? It could be to raise funds for a cause you believe in, or it could be something that you feel in yourself, that's something that I need to do for me. Okay, and then lastly, your goal needs to be time bound. It needs to have a deadline for when your goal will be achieved. So in this case, and I didn't Google, so I just wrote to end of 2023. So depending on when the seasons are, so you need to have a goal. Otherwise, I can't remember who said a goal without a goal is a dream with a deadline. One of these clever people. Okay, so the frightening thing is that most people don't set goals. Only around 10% of people have written goals, and that certainly takes effort and real reflection and thinking to write down meaningful goals in the right way. So if you decide to write down your goals, you don't want to write vague resolution. You want to give a direction, because if you know where you're going, then you have a path and direction to follow. Briefly looking at the Eisenhower matrix. So once your SMART goals are written down, you should break them down in concrete and actionable tasks. So these tasks need to be prioritized. Otherwise, where are you going to start? The Eisenhower matrix is one of the most popular frameworks for prioritizing tasks. As an interesting fact, Dwight D. Eisenhower was the 34th president of the United States. His matrix recommends arranging tasks in one of 4 quadrants, being urgent and important, or urgent and important and not urgent, or not important and urgent, or not important and not urgent at all. So your urgent ones are the one that you feel you must react to. Emails, phone calls, meetings, and so forth. And tasks that are time sensitive to finish. So that means you have a strict deadline. Your important ones, on the other hand, are the ones that contribute to your long-term goals and things you really want to do in life. Important tasks are the ones that are part of your business or life vision and mission. So if you look at the, your urgent and important, your important, not important, urgent, and not important, and not urgent. So if you look at your important and urgent ones, those are the ones that you do first. The ones that are due or overdue or due soon, and they add value to your life. Those are your long-term goals. So you should always tackle urgent and important tasks, and that's where you should spend most of your working time. Your not urgent and important ones are the tasks that you schedule. So they are flagged with not a real due date, so they're not as time sensitive. They schedule the tasks to ensure that progress is made, however, and important tasks like sports, learning, creating, bonding should be scheduled, and they should still be done. Then the next one is not important and urgent are the tasks that we can delegate. So they add no real value to our life, and they are time-sensitive tasks that others can do, so you can focus on more important tasks, and one of those is social media. And then your not important and not urgent tasks are the one that you can eliminate. So they add no value, at best, these can be done during leisure time. And these can be conversations with friends, phone calls, emails, and errands of a personal nature. Then looking at the Kanban board. Kanban is a Japanese word meaning billboard or signboard. So the main idea is to have a visual representation and track your progress of where you are with a project, as an example. So people who are fans of the Kanban board usually have a white dry whiteboard that they use. They draw vertical lines and they put it into tasks for to do, in progress, or done. Looking at software that people use is Trello. And there was a question earlier about project management tool. Trello is a free project management tool that works in very much the same way. So in terms of the Kanban board, you would have sticky notes. You can have colored ones for the different tasks. And as you write your task on, as you progress, you move them along. So you have a nice visual representation of what needs to happen and what has been done. Yeah. Brian Tracy, the author of Eat That Frog, he states that one of the worst uses of our time is to do something very well that doesn't need to be done at all. So eating your frog, and I'm happy to see there's at least a guy, and I'm thinking frogs and ladies, not so nice. But anyway, I'll try and make it as fluffy as possible. So eating your frog is about tackling your most important, daunting, and task and get that done. So the main point is to eat the ugliest frog, and then the next ugliest, and the next ugliest, and so forth until all the frogs are done. So when you actually eat, when you have eaten that frog, you feel happier, energized, productive, and you get a sense of accomplishment. So you want to do more. Mark Twain said that if you have to eat a live frog at all, it doesn't pay to sit and look at it for very long. Okay, so what is that frog actually? It's the worst thing that you have to do every day, a task that you are most likely to procrastinate on. So let's look at some steps to effectively manage our time. And just before we get off the slimy part, a frog is also an abbreviation for frequent reacher of goals. So it's less slimy. Okay. So let's start by looking at how to achieve the goals that we've set. So the goals to get our tasks done. And the first one is decide what you want to do. So remember that one of the worst time wasters is doing something well that it doesn't need to be done at all. So decide what we want to do. Then we write it down because that crystallizes it and put energy behind it and makes it real. Then we set a deadline to it. So having a deadline gives it a sense of urgency with a beginning and an end. It was Napoleon Hill that says a goal is a dream with a deadline. Okay. Next, we make a list of what we need. Everything that we need to get this task done. That's also referred to as a mind dump or a brain dump. You literally dump everything onto paper. It gives you a visual picture that of a path to follow and increases the likelihood of success. After you've written it down, we prioritized our list into a plan by priority and sequence. So I was in a conversation with a lady the other day and she's like, no, I've written it down and I'll go retype it. And I'm like, why? And she's not tech savvy at all. So why doesn't she want to transfer it to an Excel spreadsheet that she'll never look at? I said, leave it on your paper because that's what you're used to. So don't waste time retyping it or reorganizing it. Just use it as it is as you dump it. Okay. And then take immediate action. Execution is everything and start today or tomorrow. And then resolve to do something every day to bring you closer to your goal. So schedule your activities and never miss a day. So if we come back to Mount Kilimanjaro, do something every day to get you closer to that goal, because that's not something you can do today and tomorrow and finished. Yeah. Take the time to plan. Planning today will save you time and execution tomorrow. And there's some quite shocking statistics, which I'll get to in a moment. So how to do that? Think on paper and plan on paper. Make a to-do list and break your tasks down into actionable steps. Thinking and planning unlocks your mental powers and triggers creativity and increases your mental and physical energy. The better you plan, the easier to overcome procrastination, to get started and to keep going. And the shocking fact is that every minute you spend planning will save as much as 10 minutes in execution. So think of, if you take 10 minutes or 10 to 12 minutes in planning, you save about 2 hours in wasted time and effort. I think that alone is worth the effort to do the planning. So there's a 6P formula that Brian Tracy talks about. It's proper prior planning prevents poor performance. So I actually made an 8P formula with pen and paper. So it's pen and paper with prior proper planning prevents poor performance. And don't say that 10 times quick after you had a couple of drinks, because that doesn't go down well. So all you need is pen and paper, and always work from a list. We can remember lots, but we can't remember everything. So while you're working on your list, if something new comes up, add it to your list. Keep a master list of everything, and then make lists for different purposes. So keep a yearly list, which you make at the end of this year for next year. Keep a quarterly list, which you make at the end of this quarter for next quarter. So end of this quarter is nearing, so we should be making our list for next quarter. Keep a monthly list at the end of, you guessed it, this month for next month. Keep a weekly list for the end of this week for next week, and a daily list at the end of today for tomorrow, or at the end of Friday for Monday, because some of us don't work on weekends. So, or we're not supposed to work on weekends. That's supposed to be family time. Okay. And 20% of our activities should account for 80% of the results. So always concentrate your efforts on your top 20%. Even when all your activities amount to the same time to do, the activities that give you the most return on your investment are your frogs. So when you focus your time on being busy and accomplishing something you want to eliminate, or spend less time on your low value tasks, those tasks that you can outsource. So your most valuable tasks are the hardest and the most complex, but they give you the best return on your time spent. So always ask yourself if this is a 20% tasks. So how good does it feel when you actually did something really significant that you know will make a difference in your business in the future? And our job is to feed that part of our mind continuously. Our most important tasks and priorities are those that can have the most serious consequences, positively or negatively, on work or life. So focus above all else on those. Think through the consequences, gives you an idea if an activity is important, and is a way to determine the significance of a task. So any important task will have a long-term potential consequence. Brian Tracy also said long-term thinking improves our short-term decision-making. So what are your long-term goals? Before we begin, work on those lists of tasks. So take a few moments to organize them by value and priority, so that you can be sure of working on your most important tasks. And this ABCDE method works very well in conjunction with the Eisenhower method. And how that works is your A method, your A task is something that is very important that you must do, or there will be serious consequences. Those are your frogs. Your B tasks are the ones that you should do that have mild consequences if they're not done, also your tadpoles. Then your C tasks are the ones that are nice to do, but there are no real consequences. Your D task is something that you can delegate, which frees you up time to work on your A task. So your C and D works very well with the, the delegate quadrant of the Eisenhower matrix. And the last one is the same, eliminate. So something that doesn't make any difference at all. So why would you actually spend time on doing that? Then it's important to look and identify those results that we absolutely positively have to do to get our job done. The principle is about focusing on what we are working towards. So every job can be broken into key result areas. For a business owner or freelancer, those could be planning or goal setting, organizing, delegating or outsourcing, supervising, in other words, review the work that you have outsourced, how that was done. Was it done up to standard and to your specifications? And measuring, did it work, did it not work? And then reporting or feedback, whether that's to clients or to the person you outsourced. Identify your key result areas and list your responsibilities for each, and then grade yourself on a scale from 1 to 10. Where are you strong and where are you weak? Are you getting results or are you underperforming? So that TV series, The Weakest Link, this is the same concept. So your weakest areas limits your own overall performance. So just because you might be weak in an area doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. Those are the tasks that you can outsource or can collaborate with someone who is strong in your weak area. And that way it makes all of us stronger together. That's also a conversation I've been having with a lot of virtual assistants. Like, if you're not good at social media, outsource that to someone who's great at it, because it makes you as the business owner look stronger. Okay, so how many tasks are on your to-do list? There will never be enough time to do everything that we have to do. And that is sometimes a hard pill to swallow and something that probably subconsciously we know, but we don't want to accept. The average person is apparently working at 110 to 130% capacity, which means we will never get caught up. So that means that all the more that we need to prioritize. Don't put unnecessary stress on ourselves. Know what our deadlines are and think about times when you are really feeling overwhelmed. So we need to manage our time properly so that we can focus on those high value tasks and get those done. And the ones that we can eliminate those. So who can remember the 6 Ps? The proper prior preparation prevents poor performance. So this principle basically means preparing and having everything you need ready before you begin your task. Have everything you need readily available in front of you. Remove anything that's not going to help you. Remove your distractions and create a workspace that you'll enjoy working in. The more knowledgeable and skilled we become at your task, the faster you'll start them and the faster you'll finish them, and the sooner you'll get them done. And the better you at it, the more you enjoy doing them. So other reasons for procrastinations are feeling of inadequacy, lack of confidence, and lack of competence in a key area of a task. So to overcome these, work on your development. Professional development is one of the best time savers there is. Continuous learning is the minimum requirement for success in any field. So keep on improving your skills. Think about how much you've learned in the last year. We all had to learn to work virtually, those of us who haven't, and we all had to learn online meetings. And at first that was so very daunting, and now it's like it's second nature. Determine exactly what it is that you're good at or could be good at, and throw your whole heart into those specific things very, very well. So identify your unique skills and commit yourself to becoming good in these areas. Apply your knowledge and skills, and that's something that no one can ever take away from you. So ask yourself, what am I good at? What do I enjoy the most? What has been what has been most responsible for my success in the past? And if I could do any job at all, what job would that be? Focus on your best energies and abilities. If you think about all the tasks you have to do, which ones do you normally tackle first? The ones you enjoy or like, or the ones that are hard to do? And how would that affect your workday? Identify those bottlenecks or choke points, whether it's internally or externally, that set the speed at which we achieve our most important goals, and focus on alleviating them. So what is holding you back? Limiting factors or limiting beliefs affect how quickly and how well a task is done. They are the critical path or choke point to achieving our goals. Identifying our limiting factors by asking ourselves what is holding us back. then focus on alleviating those factors as much as possible. Get rid of those limiting factors usually brings more progress in a shorter time than anything else. We can accomplish the biggest and most complicated job if we just completed one step at a time. So what is on your to-do list that's your most complicated task? There's a saying about tackling anything, by yard it's hard and inch by inch it's a clinch. So taking it one oil barrel at a time is the same concept. The story is told about a trip in Algeria through the Sahara Desert. Because of the vastness of the desert and the lack of landmarks, the French had placed empty oil barrels as road markers about 5 kilometers apart. So that when you get to the one barrel, you can see the next one. So the meaning behind this principle is you can go as far as you can see. And when you get there, you can see further. So step out in faith, have confidence, and the next step will become clear. Imagine that you have to leave town for a month and work as if you had to get all your tasks done before you left. So the intent behind this principle is to take charge of your life before you end up waiting for a rescue that will never come. Be a leader, someone who can work without supervision, which is only apparently 2% of people. Set standards for yourself higher than you would for others and go the extra mile. This is all about self-esteem, which is your reputation of yourself. Everything we do affects our self-esteem. Push yourself and you'll feel better about you. Push yourself, but be realistic with your goals and deadlines. Remember, a diamond is just coal that's been under pressure. Identify your highest periods of highest mental and physical energy and structure your day and your most important and demanding tasks around those times. So get lots of rest so you can perform at your best. Mental, physical, and emotional energy make up our personal performance and productivity. So guard and nurture your energy levels. Rest when you need to. When you rested, you can get much more done. A general rule of productivity is that we decline about after 8 or 9 hours. So identify the times you're best and use that time to work on your frogs. Take time to rest, rejuvenate, eat well, and exercise, which is really, really important. And be your own cheerleader. Look for the good in every situation. Focus on the solution rather than the problem. Be optimistic and constructive. It's about controlling your thoughts and being your own cheerleader. Coach and encourage yourself. How you talk to yourself determine your emotional response. How do you motivate yourself? How you interpret things that happen to you determines how you feel. How you feel can motivate or demotivate you. So become an optimist and don't let setbacks and negativity affect your mood. Although, yes, the road is difficult and it is hard, but it helps to be optimistic. Multiple studies determine that optimism is the most important quality you can develop for personal and professional success and happiness. And I think more so as a freelancer, that is of utmost importance. So since we can't do everything, we must learn to deliberately put off those tasks that are of low value so that we have enough time to do the few things that really, really count. So I'll touch on this briefly earlier. This is a personal performance about putting off smaller tasks or less ugly frogs. Ultimately, we can't do everything. So procrastinate on the low value activities, and the bonus is that you get to pick those. So you've got control over what you want to procrastinate on. So it's a matter of setting priorities, something to do more of and sooner versus posterities, which is something you do less of and later. So the rule that applies here is that you can set your time and your life and control only to the degree in which you discontinue lower value activities. So what is the most important task on your to-do list? So begin each day with the most difficult task. So I made this picture faint because that is one fat ugly frog. So I thought, let me just tone it down. So what is the most difficult task on your day? The task that could make the greatest contribution to yourself and your work. and resolve to stay at that. What is the hardest, most difficult task that is eating your frog? So I'd quickly like to share 7 steps to help you with this skill. The first one being, at the end of the day or the weekend, make a list of everything that you have to do the next day. Review the list using the ABCDE or the Eisenhower method. Combine it with the 80-20 rule. 20% of your effort gives you 80% of the results. So when you that is when you focus on high value tasks. Then you select your A1 task. That's the one with the most consequences. Block out time in your diary, and then according to how much you'll spend on the task, and I know we briefly touched on that earlier. Then you gather everything you'll need for the task from beginning to end, and so that you can get started the next day. You clear your workspace so that you're ready to start. Remove all clutter and distractions. That is email notifications, cell phones, which is a big distracting factor. And then discipline yourself. Get up, get ready, and get going without interruptions and no excuses. It takes 21 days to create a new habit, so keep at it day after day. And if need be, track your habit on a habit tracker. There's a method called the salami method, which is the method called slice and dice. Okay, so break large tasks into small bite-sized pieces, because then it seems more achievable. So do one small part per day to get started. Psychologically, it's easier to do small parts than try to do one whole job. It's like eating an elephant, one bite at a time. We tend to want to do another slice when we've done one. So people have a subconscious need to bring finality to a task and the sense of completion. And we feel happier and more powerful when we start and finish a task well, because endorphins are released. The bigger the task, the bigger the sense of accomplishment. So this is the idea of time blocking. So do you know how much time you spend on certain tasks? How much time do you spend on social media? Organize your day around time blocking. Set out specific blocks of time to do certain tasks and work at the task in that allotted time. When you run out of time, then you block out another set of time to carry on with it, and you carry on with the next task. And this is a good visual presentation especially for people who are visual, to understand different clients or different tasks that we have to work on. I use different colors per client. Make a habit of moving fast on your key tasks. So as you get better at what you're doing, become more, gain more experience, you become better at what you're doing. So become known as the person who does things quickly and well. That reminds me that as an exceptional VA or a freelancer, rather do 6 things 1,000 times than 1,000 things 6 times. In other words, become an expert in whatever services you offer, rather than a generalist. Don't be a jack of all trades, master of none. You need to be a master of something, because how will this potentially impact on your rate and then thus your income? The basis of this principle is to be action-oriented. It's a sense of urgency, is an inner drive and desire to get on with the job quickly and get it done fast. Take time to think, plan, set priorities, and then work them. Create a mental state of flow, which is the highest human state of performance and productivity. There is a thinking of under new virtual assistant that because I charge per hour, I can take longer to do things because I'll get paid more. Yes, that might be so, but the flip side of it is the longer you take things, the less chances of your client giving you more work decreases substantially because you're taking too long to do tasks. So rather work at them quickly, get them done so that they can see, wow, you are really adding value to their business. By developing a sense of urgency triggers the flow state. So race against yourself, develop a fast tempo that goes hand in hand with success. So someone mentioned it earlier and I smiled because I knew it was in the presentation. The quote that you don't pay me for my time, you pay me for the 10 years experience to learn to do this task in 30 minutes. Set clear priorities. Start immediately on your most important task and then work without stopping in the allocated time. If the job is not done, schedule more time in another time slot to continue working on it. This is the real key to high performance and maximum personal productivity. It's also about concentrating single-mindedly on your frog until it's done. Hard, concentrated work precedes a great achievement. We can reduce the time to finish a task by 50% or more when we concentrate single-mindedly, versus if we stop, start, can increase our time to finish a task by an estimated 500% because we have to refocus, start again. So when you stop, we break the cycle and move backwards. So the key is to develop momentum by getting into a productive work rhythm. The more we discipline ourselves to work time efficiently on a single task, the more we move forward along the efficiency curve and the more high quality work we get done in less time. So make a decision to practice these principles every day until they become second nature to you and you become a frog, not an ugly frog, a frequent reacher of goals. Are there any questions?
Martie, so what is your advice for people who are just starting out as VAs? Because on that one Facebook group where I actually met you, I saw quite a lot of people sort of reaching out and wanting to know where to start. So I know that you do training for VAs. So what kind of advice do you give these people?
So the first advice we normally give is know who's your ideal target market. Okay, which is difficult in itself because if you don't know what work you like to do or who you want to work with, who do you know who's your ideal target market? But the thing there is to know what tasks do I enjoy? Do I enjoy tasks that formatting documents, putting PowerPoint presentation together as an example, and they need to know who would need these services. If you think your ideal target market is a plumber, okay, what services would a plumber need? They would need help with invoicing. They would need help with following up on quotes and so forth. So you need to have an understanding of what tasks you enjoy and then focus on someone who would need those services. Are there any other questions?
Sorry, I just couldn't unmute myself for a little bit. But so apart from like the general advice that you give to VAs, what are the most common like mistakes that you see in people when they first start out, but also not only when they first start out, when they land the first couple of clients? And do you see them falling into like particular bad habits?
Yeah, I think the first mistake, and I think it's a mistake we all make, because you're so eager to get started and sign that first client, because that's almost like your rite of passage, like, oh, I'm now because I have my first client, I'm now a VA. is to undercharge. And we briefly touched on this earlier. So you like, I need to get my first client, so I'll charge 100 Rand an hour as an example. Okay. You have a lot more experience. So, and comes back to, and I was one of those coming from corporate, and you, okay, fine. So I start on 200 Rand an hour because that's all I think that I'm worth, but you're worth a lot more. And it's something we learn along the way. The thing with that is if you start charging a client 100 Rand an hour, and in 6 months, because you're a virtual assistant and you deal with clients in different industries, you're going to pick up in experience a lot faster than someone who works in corporate, because you only work with whatever your department's doing, you only know what they're doing. So your experience is going to increase exponentially. So you've got bigger potential to increase your rate faster, but you can't go to client one and say, I usually charge you 100 Rand an hour. I've increased my rate to 250 now. Next month, I'm going to charge you 250. You can't, because the client will say, okay, goodbye. It was nice knowing you. So you need to set a rate that you can understand. Okay, fine. So I'm charging, say, 250 Rand an hour because that's a good starting point for a VA. I've got the experience. I'm starting at 250, and you know that that's what you're worth. When you start charging higher rates, then you know, I ask premium rates and I offer a premium service. So you get what you pay for. It almost puts more pressure on you because you need to deliver high quality all the time. You can't slack. But then also that's why you earn what you earn.
Yeah. So how is the VA market in South Africa actually, like, how do you guys compete with people in the Philippines or India, for example? And like, what is your like selling point at the moment? Because I mean, those people can charge like half of what South Africans charge, basically.
A quarter or an eighth?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's I don't compete with them. They're not my, so if you're not my ideal target market, if you can't pay my rate, I will negotiate up to a point, and I say this very carefully. And if you want me to work for X amount per hour, sorry, then you're not my ideal client. You need to be able to afford me. My ideal target market is, I know exactly who they are. So it's taken me a while to get there. So in competing with the Philippines, that is difficult, but you need to show your value. If you know, when you know what you're worth and you know what your value is and you sell your value, if that client doesn't understand that's the value she brings, she's got 30 years experience, she's got experience in the task that I need her to do, then you're not my ideal target market. And I would rather walk away than working for someone that doesn't appreciate me, can't pay my rates, and I battle to get fees out of you, get you to pay, and those kind of things. It adds unnecessary stress.
I also want to know, in terms of just what are the main things that new VAs who come in to train with you, what do they ask you? So in terms of their services, because you find VAs, especially on some of these groups where they literally offer every service under the sun. Do you advise them to offer just some, or what kind of advice do you give people who sort of starting out or who are new to being a VA, if I could put it to you like that?
So I normally suggest to them to start with what they know. So if they come from corporate, take the services, the work that you've done because normally they were PAs or secretaries or those kinds of things. Take the service that you know what to do, because that's what you know and that's where your confidence lies. Someone will pick up when you have a conversation and you're like, I do social media, and you have no clue what you're doing. They will pick up on that. So rather offer what you know, because you'll be confident and the person will have more trust in you that you can do the job. And then start with those. Like I said, do 6 things 1,000 times. So rather become an expert in a couple of things, promote those before you expand to something else. Yeah. While you are still new in the industry and not that busy, that's the ideal time to then do courses in, for instance, social media marketing, if that's the route where you want to go, until you know exactly what you're doing, and then start promoting those.
Sure, that makes perfect sense. And tell us a bit about the award that you won last year. You've been very quiet about that.
Yes. So I received an email, I think during lockdown, that I was nominated for this award. And at first I thought it was a scam. So I went to Google the company and I'm like, oh no, this is real. So it's MIA, it's annual business awards. And then I had to fill in forms and stuff. And then they reviewed my website and so forth. And then in December, they told me I won an award as the best virtual assistant in South Africa the best VA business in South Africa for 2020.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that's super. Oh, and so that's amazing. And how did you actually get nominated, or was there no sort of process, or don't know?
I don't know. They won't tell me who nominated me. Someone nominated, and I didn't nominate myself, I promise. So I don't know. It's a big surprise. So I don't even know who to thank.
Oh, okay. Well, it's still an amazing award. So that was why I wanted to ask you about it. That's very impressive.
Thanks.
And you're continuing to give courses now, aren't you? So you're continuing to have your student intakes, and how many people do you allow per course?
My ideal, I think, is 10. So that's always what I've thought I can handle. So my first course is at the end of it, Office Mastery, which was aimed at people who's never worked in corporate to walk in and be able to manage the office. And then I realized with COVID and lockdown and the VA industry that's exploded, that I want to share the knowledge that I gained as a virtual assistant. Because when I started and coming from corporate, you don't know who you can ask things because you're so scared that someone's going to take your idea and run with it. Corporate is very much me, myself, and I, someone's going to stab you in the back kind of environment. So coming out of corporate, that's the mindset you walk out of. And then I realized that for me, it was a very lonely road because you don't know who to ask. Yes, I was doing networking and whatever, but in the VA industry, who do I ask? What contact do I send to a client? How do I do my marketing? Because you don't want to feel stupid. Yeah. Bottom line, you don't want to look like a fool. And then I thought, but let me create this course to help other virtual assistants to get further quicker to where I am than what it took me. Basically, yeah.
Karen, Martie, thank you so much. Karen's ready for us now. So I'm going to switch over to her unless there's something else you'd like to say before we do that.
No, I'm all good.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
It was a wonderful presentation. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Martie, sorry, I think you've got a hand over to me again. I can't find the control.
Martie likes the controls.
She's don't tell anyone. She's a control freak. Here you go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Let's see if it works. Why is this not working? Okay. Why are you not working? Are you still the host, Martie? Because we're still seeing your screen. Oh no, so now we're viewing Karen's screen.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I shared my screen. That's working for me.
Okay. Now, sorry, I don't know why I can't make you the host now, but we're all good. I will mute myself. Thank you so much, Karen. Over to you.
Okay, hi, thank you. So can everyone see my screen? I hope so. Cool. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about creating your own dream job. And just to give you a bit of background about me and who I am. So I'm an illustrator. And my background is in advertising. So I studied to be an art director at AAA College of Advertising. And I did that for a very long time. I always illustrated as a side hustle because I just really loved it. And yeah, I worked for a few agencies permanently as an art director for about 7 years. And then after 7 years, I went freelance as an art director in advertising whilst doing illustration as a side hustle. And for a very long time, I dreamt about being a full-time illustrator. And the reason why it took me so long to just do it and become a full-time illustrator is because I was really worried about having enough jobs and enough clients to make enough money to be able to pay my rent and my cat food and live the life I want to live. And what changed for me was when I realized that sitting at my desk, hoping for clients to come to me and give me my dream jobs just isn't going to work. And what I realized is to take the anxiety out of working for myself, I'm going to have to create my own jobs. Because as an illustrator, there we go, oopsie. So as an illustrator, there are two ways you can get jobs. So the one is to, and obviously my cat joined us because that's what cats do. Say hello, this is Henry. Okay. So as an illustrator or any kind of freelance creative really, you know, obviously your email, your network, you market, but you can do all those things, but then you're still in a situation where you're just hoping that the right client sees your work at the right time and that they have a project that's perfect for you and that they're going to come to you and the timelines and everything's just going to work out. So you can already see that that's not a very secure way of making a living. And then the other way is to create your own dream job or dream jobs. So you should be doing both. As a creative freelancer, I think it's smart to have multiple streams of income. And I'm going to talk about creating your dream job because I think it doesn't just apply to creatives. I think it applies to everyone. And the thing about creating your dream job is that you get to make money doing what you love. And if you create something, you can then go and find your target market, find your people and market it to them. And it's a lot more targeted and proactive than just sort of putting yourself out there generically and waiting for people to come to you. So I'm going to show you some examples that I've done. So one of the things I do that's been doing really well is I do portrait commissions. So I love animals. You guys just saw my cat. And I love drawing people. And I've got quite a unique style. Like my style's kind of kids picture book style. And you know, again, like that's great, and I've done some kids picture books, but kids picture books, they're quite rare jobs to get. And if you get them, they don't always pay that well because there's not that much money in the publishing industry. So what I started doing is I started creating these portraits in my style of people and their families and their pets, friends, loved ones. And it's been working really well. I must say, it actually surprised me how well it's been doing. And I think why it's working is because it's quite unique. A lot of artists do commissions, but they have very different styles than what I have. And the other thing that really works well about it is that it's quite easy to find your target market. I can go out and find clients because I already know that people with kids are very likely to want to get a family portrait, and people with pets are very likely to want to get a portrait of either them and their pet or just the pets. There are a lot of people out there who, like me, are obsessed with their pets. So how I started this is I did one illustration and posted it on Instagram of a woman and her cat. And it wasn't even anyone I knew. It was a made up person with a cat. And one of my friends said, wow, I really like that. I'd love to get one of me and my dog. So I did one of her and her dog. And I just kind of put it out to friends and family that this is a thing I'm doing as a little side hustle. And if anybody wants one, I'll do it at friend rates. So I did it super cheap for friends and family. And then I started up building up a little portfolio of these portraits. So I would share them on social media every time I did one. And, you know, I just kind of left off the fact that I did them for friends and family and did them super cheap. And the next kind of, like the next sort of level was that I started getting messages from kind of acquaintances, people I've worked with in the past, friends of friends, and they started asking for portraits. So I did portraits for them. And then at that point, I had quite a big sort of portfolio of these portraits to show. And I've also had time to hone my skills and get it working quite well, streamline the process. I set up a list of questions to ask people so that when I get a commission in, I can send them a questionnaire and all the information will be on there, everything I'm going to need from them. And so I started streamlining that process. I created a rate card where it's like, this style, this size, this many subjects, is this price. So it wasn't so time consuming. It was something that, because it was something that I created myself, I could really streamline the process. Whereas if I'm thinking of jobs, which I still do, I still get sort of random projects from clients, but often random client projects can be quite time consuming because a client will email me with a brief and then it's a back and forth where we're trying to figure out what this person wants, what their budget is, what the timelines are, is it possible, are they happy with my style? Where, because I created this portrait thing myself, I can create my own structure, my own rate card, everything. I can just set it up so that once I've worked out all those details, it's very easy and not very time consuming to run. If someone emails me, I send them the questionnaire, I get the info back from them. It's all kind of been worked out and it's very easy to manage. And the best thing about it is that I don't have to wait for clients to come to me. I can go and find clients. I can go and do targeted promotional posts aimed at people who enjoy illustration, home decor, pets, families. I can go onto Facebook and find those groups and pages where people talk about pets and families and parenting and advertise on there. So it just shifts the power a little bit from sitting here as a freelancer, hoping to get jobs, hoping to find clients. Now I've created this thing and I can put it out there and I can sort of manage my time better and I can book things out in advance. I can take bookings and know that even if I get no other projects in the next 3 months, I have my commission work lined up. So at least that money is coming in. And then I can still leave time open for other projects. If other nice projects come in, that I don't lose out on that. So it's a very good way to create a kind of a consistent income for yourself and to create something unique that you can't go to someone else and get this, only I do it. That is very important because in marketing, you always want some kind of unique point to your work. Otherwise, there's just too much competition because a lot of people do very similar things. So if you do something that 10 other people are doing, people are going to do a bit of research and go to the cheapest one or the one who's available immediately. So when you're creating your own thing that you can then sell, the awesome thing about that is you're creating something that's so unique that if people want this thing, they can only come to you. They're not going to go to the cheaper person or the person who's going to do it right away. Okay, so those are my portraits. And then I'll show you another one. So this one is a little bit different in that this is a product I created. So again, you know, I would love for a big company to come to me and say, we want to put your illustrations on all these things and we want to develop products with you. But those opportunities are quite rare. And yes, you want to go and pursue those. But while you wait for those great opportunities to fall into your lap, I really suggest that you just do a bit of research and create your own opportunities. So I also teach illustration, which I'm going to talk about a bit more later on. But in teaching illustration, I found that a big problem for people is knowing what to draw and coming up with unique things to draw that's original. I think most people, if you put a picture in front of them and say, copy this, they can kind of figure out a way to copy it and make it look nice. But if you tell someone, draw something out of your imagination, their head goes completely blank and they have no idea where to start. In fact, one of my creative friends used to joke and say that when he sits down to meditate, his mind goes completely blank. But I mean, his mind goes so busy and full of ideas when he sits down to meditate. And when he sits down to come up with an idea, it's the opposite. Then his mind goes blank and he can't think about anything. And it's a very typical problem for creative people, this sort of fear of the blank page. And I haven't seen any kind of product that solves this problem. So I kind of spotted a gap in the market where there was nothing really that you can use to help you come up with ideas or come up with topics for your illustrations. So I created these prompt cards and I came up with the idea and illustrated it all myself. And so how this works is there's 5 different categories with 5 cards each. And it's things like choose a subject, choose a feeling, add some details, add an accessory, and then funny ones like make it weird. And wait, is that all of them? I think so. But anyway, the idea is you have all these different categories and then you take a card of each category and then you have to create an illustration by combining all those things together. So for instance, if you look here at my presentation page, I've got a cat with fishnets who's annoyed and I needed to add a third eye, dots, a necklace and, oh, that is an extra card, yeah, and a necklace. So immediately, if I draw something that ticks all those boxes, I've now come up with a very unique illustration that I didn't copy from anywhere else. So I use these in my illustration classes and they've worked really well and they're quite a popular product in my online shop. I'd say they're my most popular product in my online shop. And it also worked well with the other thing I do, which is the illustration workshops I do. And before COVID happened, I used to teach a lot of illustration workshops. And I would often use these cards in my workshop. And then after the workshop, I would sell them. So it tied in really well with something else I was already doing and just kind of gave me another income stream to tag onto my illustration workshops and also just sell them separately in my online shop. And it's not that hard to do something like this. If you have the idea and the skills, then after that, it's just a little bit of research. I just had to find a printing company that does it in the kind of finish I want at a reasonable price point. And now with the internet, it's so easy to get that information. There's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur because there's just so much online in terms of resources, like finding printers, marketing yourself, finding people's blogs and reviews about resources they've used. It's really quite easy. It's just about putting in a little bit of time and being brave enough to invest a little bit of money and follow through with your idea. Okay, and then the next one, which I've already touched on, is the illustration workshops. So again, I kind of looked at myself, and I think it's quite a good way when you're choosing what you're going to do as an entrepreneur or what jobs you're going to create for yourself. One of the things that's so good to look at is where are the gaps in the market. And so for me, I know when I was an illustrator starting out, I was always looking for online classes and evening classes and workshops on the weekends to learn illustration. And honestly, I never really found anything. Everything that was out there was very orientated towards fine art, realistic drawing, oil painting, watercolor. It was far more focused on learning the technique of the medium and very traditional art, realistic drawing type stuff, like the kind of stuff I did at school as well. And I couldn't really find anyone who taught the kind of illustration that I'm interested in, which, as you see, it's not fine art, it's not realistic. It's more whimsical, kids' book illustration, stylized. And so when I decided to go full-time as an illustrator, I thought one of the things I can do is to make money is to start teaching, because I had to learn myself, I had to teach myself, really by scouring the internet, doing online classes, because it's kind of more available outside of South Africa than there is here. And it was quite hard for me to find those resources to learn illustration. Especially in a sort of live environment. And so I decided to go and teach. And I didn't have any experience teaching, but I had this idea in my head that I wanted to teach. And I liked the idea of it. So I just kind of, again, jumped online, found some studios. And what I found was Bright Studio. And they kind of hosted all different kinds of art classes. And I phoned Katrine, who ran it at the time, and went and met with her and set up my first workshop. And so what you're also seeing there on my slide is that picture that says calm with all the little detail around it. So I taught different types of illustration classes. Obviously, I did kind of the general stuff like introduction to illustration and all those kind of things. But then I was teaching a lot of illustration workshops. Sometimes I was teaching every weekend, and I needed to keep it fresh and kind of engage multiple target markets. You can't kind of keep offering the same thing in the same pool, because after a while, everyone who was interested in that would have been to your class, and then you've kind of run out of people, and your classes will sit empty. So part of it is also to keep innovating and changing and tweaking and finding different ways to do the same thing, in a sense. And then what I always recommend when you're trying to come up with ideas of what you can do for your business, to create a job for yourself, is to think about your skills and your experience and your interest, and see if you can combine them to create something new. So for instance, I've been meditating since 2014. And I did like an eight week mindfulness meditation course. I did various silent retreats and meditation retreats. I listen to a lot of podcasts on the subject. I read a lot about the subject. It's something that really interests me. So I'm a bit of an amateur meditation teacher in a way, only because it interests me, and I did a lot of research and reading about it, and I practice it. So I thought, how can I combine that with the other thing I do, which is illustration? And I came up with this meditation illustration workshop. And so I did a workshop where I taught people how to do very simple, repetitive type of illustration. So if you look closely at that illustration, it's made up of little leaves and flowers and dots and all kind of natural little things. And these things are very easy to draw. So it's really a matter of just showing people how to draw these simple little shapes that then can make up flowers and leaves and branches. And then I taught people the basics of meditation, some kind of mindfulness meditation, concepts and instructions. So the first part of the workshop was me showing people how to create this illustration and teaching them what mindfulness is and how it works. And then the second part of the workshop was just in silence, everyone drawing in meditative silence. And it was a really popular workshop that I repeated a few times. I actually still have people asking me when I'm going to do it again. People really enjoyed it. And again, that was something completely unique that I haven't seen anyone else offer something like that. So yes, it's really worth looking at your skills and your expertise. And so in my example, because I'm a creative person, it's for me to remember to not just think creatively when I do my creative work, but to also think creatively about my business. So really take the time to brainstorm within your business, within your field of expertise. Go brainstorm, write down all the things you're good at, all the things you enjoy, all your hard skills and your soft skills, and see if there are any opportunities there where you can bring things together to create something new, something unique that only you can offer. Yeah, so unfortunately the pandemic happened and I had to cancel all my workshops because we weren't allowed to gather in groups, and the studios where I used to teach all shut down. But I pivoted and went to teaching online. And then what happened is, I think in about like June, July last year, I felt like everyone kind of hit a wall with online classes. And a few of the classes I had set up weren't really selling. So I decided to pivot again. And then I actually focused more on my portrait commissions. And then towards the end of last year, I started getting quite a bit of inquiries about lessons again. And so then I started teaching one-on-one and also doing creative consultations one-on-one. Now that things are opening up again, I actually have two workshops set up. So one is on the 27th of March and one is in April. And I'm just hoping there's no third wave that's going to ruin that. But yeah, so the other thing about creating your own jobs is that once you have that mindset of, I'm not waiting for a client to find me, I'm not waiting for a job or a partner or a collaborator to find me, I'm going to go out and create my own opportunities. That mindset has served me really well, because when the pandemic happened and I had to shut down my workshops, instead of just panicking and like getting a bank loan and, you know, trying to get some completely other job that is hopefully an essential service, I was already in that mindset of thinking quite agile, of thinking, okay, well, if this isn't working, how can I tweak it? And then if that stops working, how can I then tweak that? So for me, it's really about a mindset of creating your own jobs. If it doesn't work, change it, tweak it. Don't be afraid to walk away from stuff. Just try a lot of things, and the things that work, awesome. Just keep finessing it and making it better and go forward with that. And if something doesn't work and you can't tweak it until it works, to also not be afraid to let it go and try something else. So this is the workshop I was talking about. So again, this one, actually, I wanted to do this workshop before the pandemic hit. And then the pandemic happened and I did a few online workshops where I focused on different parts of being a creative entrepreneur. But I still had this idea in my head of wanting to run an in-person workshop for creative entrepreneurs or people who would like to be creative entrepreneurs. And then towards the end of last year, I noticed that I was getting a lot of people inquiring about creative consultations, which is something I do one-on-one, where creatives come to me and I look at their work and help them turn their creative work into a business. And I kind of just sensed that the time is right for this, because I was getting all these inquiries, and you know, it was the end of the year, it was the end of 2020, which was a very difficult year for almost everyone, I'd say. And a lot of people were negatively affected in their jobs and their careers. So I know a lot of people had to take pay cuts or lost their jobs completely, or maybe they still have a job, but they're not feeling very secure in their job. So I thought it was a great time to run this workshop. So that is my other tip, is to really pay attention to what's going on around you, because often you might have a great idea, but if it's not the right time for it, it's not going to work. So it's not just about coming up with ideas, but to also look at what's going on around you. And is there a need for this right now? And with this, I really felt like the time was perfect. And I've started working with a friend of mine who's a marketer, and she's been helping me out with some marketing stuff. And we created this workshop, and we started advertising it. And we're actually almost sold out. We're keeping it quite small because of COVID, and so that everyone can have a chance to have their questions answered and so on. But even so, I must say, you know, you're always a little bit nervous, because if you put something out, you don't know, there's no guarantees if something's going to do well or not. But this is almost sold out, and it just goes to show that when you have that gut feeling and you notice little things that's going on around you, like, use that. Don't be scared to trust your gut. And if you spot a gap in the market and you feel the timing is right, go for it. Okay, and then, so those are some of the things I've done. Those are very unique to me and my experience, my industry. But I really think that you can apply that thinking to whatever it is that you do, even if you're not creative at all. It's about applying that mindset to your area of expertise. So there's just a few things to think about when you are thinking of creating your own job or your own income stream, however you want to think about it. So the first thing to do is to identify your skills. And when you're thinking about your skills, bear in mind that we all have hard skills and soft skills. So hard skill is something like, for me, for instance, I know how to use design programs, and I can draw and I can design. But for instance, if I were shy and impatient, that I would have been a terrible illustration teacher. So my soft skills are that I have a lot of patience, and I'm pretty good at breaking things down into their sort of processes, and I'm pretty good at communicating. So you have to make sure that the idea you have works with your particular skills, and really be honest about what your skills are. Don't try and do something that you're going to be setting yourself up for failure, that just isn't in line with your personality and your skill set, because it's not going to work. The thing I also find is that if you're excited and passionate about stuff, people can feel that and they buy into that. Whereas if you're doing something
think we lost you, Karen. Jyoti, I think we've lost Karen. And you can't unmute
Oh,
yourself.
Noleen. Yeah, sorry, I'm battling to unmute myself there. But yeah, she seems to have disappeared. And yes, I initially thought it was my internet was bad, but I think she just sort of disappeared. And maybe she's trying to
Yes.
log back in and then. Sorry, somebody has a question. I see a hand raised here, and I'm trying to
really?
respond to. Hi, please feel free to ask your question since we're waiting for Karen, unless you need to ask.
So I think that was a tapping error. I'll drop my hand now.
Okay.
I was trying to see if I was the only one who lost her and proceeded to tap my hand instead.
That's
Oh,
okay. Well, it was good to hear your voice.
Yeah.
Okay,
Shame.
is there
Hopefully Karen. I don't see that she is actually back. Let's see.
should we take a 5-minute break? And then
Yeah,
everybody
sure. Yes.
looks like she's gone now.
Yeah.
Must be her
Shame,
internet.
must be.
Rudy's just loving the fact that there's all girls around him right now. See, look, he's saying, I think they should do more workshops often. Look at that.
Yeah, it's so funny because people kept saying, oh, is this only for women to attend? And I said, no, it's just in celebration of International Women's Day. Anybody can attend. And then they seemed so shocked.
Absolutely. I mean, they say Women's Day, so I mean, you kind of like, well, well, I think maybe next time we just kind of do a freelance one.
Yeah, we will. I just thought, it would be nice to celebrate International Women's Day, especially because all of you were on the panel. Oh dear, I don't know where Karen is now, but maybe she'll come back soon. Let me try and get hold of her via telephone if I can.
So does anyone else have questions while we're trying to get Karen back on the line? That she specifically touched on that maybe someone can also answer. Next time, how about I get on camera as well as I'm a freelancer. You see, Rudy, you can also get on camera. That's fine. But only appropriate stuff, we're just saying. Okay. Is there anybody else that has any other questions around, taking your dream job? Let's see if we can help while Karen's trying to get back in.
You know what, Noleen, I think maybe, one of the things that Karen really touched on that was so important, and I think maybe Rudy, if you can also contribute to this discussion, is it's so hard for people who illustrators and designers to convince people that they need. Oh, and actually Kim is
Oh,
here.
there
as
you go.
well. I'll hold my question until the end.
There you go. She's still busy connecting.
Yeah.
Must be the internet.
Is it?
Welcome back.
Hi. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Our internet decided this is a good moment to just die for no apparent reason.
Welcome to South Africa, right?
I know, or at least I have a phone, so now I'm doing it on my phone.
That's okay.
Sorry about that, everyone. I'm back. Okay, so where was I? So I can't share my screen now, but I'll just go through my list here of, so these are the things to think about when you're creating your own job. So I left off at your passions, knowledge, and areas of expertise, even if amateurs. As I was saying, I'm no professional meditator, but I knew enough to run a little workshop combining it with illustration. The next point is to see if you can identify any gaps in the market. This is so key. You don't want to be doing the same thing as everyone else, because then you just have a lot of competition. So just always keep your eyes out. And if you see any gaps in the market that you could potentially fill, then go fill it. And for me, so I'm an illustrator, and you know, like when I notice there's something that I need that I can't find, I'm in the habit of making a little mental note of that, because I know if there's something that I need that I can't find, very likely there are other people who feel the exact same way. Then next on my list is to brainstorm ideas and write it all down. So when you're brainstorming, don't make the mistake of trying to edit and brainstorm at the same time. I think being in advertising taught me a lot about coming up with ideas. And the trick is to not be critical, because when you're in a critical mindset, it's very hard to be creative. And you actually want to be creative when you're thinking of ways to generate income streams. So think about all those things I mentioned, your hard skills, your soft skills, your passion, your knowledge, the gaps in the market, and then just jot down as many ideas as you can. No editing, no criticizing. And then once you have a page or pages full of ideas, then you go back to them and you look at them objectively, and then you can be critical and say, I don't think this is going to work. This is too time consuming. I don't know if there's enough of a target market for this year. Then you go through and you cull and you edit. And then you should be left with a few good ideas. And then you take those few good ideas, you flesh it out, you put the structures in place. So like I did with my portraits, you decide on, you know, what sizes, find your printers, get your red cards, get all the information together that you will need to give to your clients, think about what information you're going to need from them, really flesh it out, really think it through from all different angles. And then once you have a solid product, then you can test it on friends and family. And then once you have an even more solid product that your friends and family love, and now you should then be starting to get inquiries from other people about that product, then you can really go market it. And when you start marketing it, what I always say is you need to be consistent and just keep going, because the first 3 months of starting something new, you are going to feel like you're just shouting into the void. Because it takes a while for people to start seeing your work, for the right people to start seeing your work. So keep going and be consistent. Just keep posting, keep doing promoted posts. It's always helpful to do a competition, very easy on social media. And if you offer your product as a prize. So for instance, I've done, I think, 2 competitions now where I offered a portrait commission as a prize. And the great thing about that is that you are not just getting new followers, but you're getting followers who want that portrait. So once the competition's done, there's definitely going to be some people on there who, even though they didn't win, they still want a portrait, and now they're going to commission one from you and pay for it. If not right away, then sometime in the future. So doing little competitions like that for your product that you've created is a great way of getting the right kind of audience for your work. And as I said, if something isn't quite working, if after 3 months of consistent marketing, it's still not really getting any traction, then you need to pivot and tweak and keep going. And if after 6 months it's still not working and you think, you know what, I think I kind of missed the mark on this one, then, you know, chalk it up as experience and move to something else. Okay, and that is me on creating your dream job. And if you guys have any questions, you can feel free to ask. I don't know how to see the chat on you. Hang on, I can actually, our internet's back, so I'm actually going to go there.
Okay, because
So
I was
that-
going to say that if there are any questions in the meanwhile, I'll just read them to you. But nobody's typed one yet.
Okay, cool. I'm back on my computer, so that's a little bit easier.
Awesome.
Okay. So let me just find my chat box over there.
So I'll make you host now.
Okay, so if anyone has any questions, you are welcome to ask. Just out of interest, are there any creatives here today?
Many creatives, actually.
Sorry, I missed that. I forgot my headphones were plugged in there.
No, I said there are quite a few creatives here.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, quite a lot of designers as well.
Cool, yeah.
Just trying to make you a host, but I do have a question. Let me first make you a host before I do anything else.
Cool.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Please go for it.
Just seeing as you are your own brand, I just wanted to ask how you market yourself, because you are your business.
Yeah, that's a good question. So what I advise people to do if you are your own brand is to think of yourself as a brand, and it can be quite a weird, awkward thing. But I have little exercises that I do where you like take 10 pieces of your design or illustration work or your art and just write down words that describe your art. And then again, just kind of like free-flowing, brainstorm, not overthink or edit or criticize too much. And then do the same for yourself. Write down a bunch of words and phrases that describe you and your personality. And then somewhere in there will be your brand identity. And then the thing with marketing yourself is I kind of think of a 80-20% sort of breakdown where 80% of my marketing is very much about my work. So posting my illustrations, my workshops, whatever I'm busy with, whatever I've been working on. And then 20% is my personality and more sort of private personal life. So those are like my cat photos and photos of my friends, my partner, what I've been doing. Because it is nice for people to see a bit of your personality. And even I think when you're promoting your work, to have some of your personality shine through there. But at the same time, not too much, because you don't want to have, so for instance, if you think of Instagram, which is great for visual creatives and something that I use a lot, but I don't want to scroll through Instagram and have my whole feed be like people's kids and dogs and weekends away, and I don't even know them. And now I know where they went away for the weekend, and I know what they had for lunch, and I know what they had for dinner last night, and I don't really care. So yeah, it's just to get that balance right. And just to go back to that little exercise I mentioned, when you have the words that describe both you and your work, then that kind of becomes your sort of CI manual. So your corporate identity manual in a way. So for me, words that describe my work would be words like quirky, whimsical, colorful. If I think of words that describe myself, I'm very down to earth, also a little bit quirky. Quite laid back, not very formal, very casual. So you almost create a little brand image for yourself, and then you make sure that everything you do feels like it's coming from the same place. And a good way to think about it is to use an actual brand as an example. So if you think of for instance, Chanel and Clinique and MAC. Now, they all do makeup, but they each have a very unique personality. So MAC is very glamorous. Chanel is very luxurious and a little bit conventional, I would say. Clinique is very girl next door. And so you'll see, if you look at those brands, that everything they do, you can always see it's them. You can always get that same kind of feeling and tone from all their communication, all their products. So it's really just having a little bit of distance and to think of yourself as a brand and not just as a person.
I see that Paul's got her hand raised, or she did. Oh no, sorry. So her hand's gone now. And maybe she didn't have a question after all. But I did have a question for you as well. So with regard to being an illustrator and a designer as well, it must be very difficult, especially now during, well, we're still living in the COVID age, but do you find it very difficult to convince people that what you do is quote unquote valuable and that is actually required and not a luxury?
I think I don't try too hard to convince people of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, and again, I think that's where it's so nice being able to create your own products and put it out there. So all I do is I'll market my workshops or market my portraits. And then if people want it, they come to me, and so I don't have to kind of convince anyone of anything. But I mean, I do, having said that, like I remember during hard lockdown, I got an email from someone, and he wanted a portrait, but he basically told me that my portraits are too expensive and I should really charge less for it. And you know, it was hard lockdown and the pandemic hit everyone hard financially. So I did offer him a discount, but then it still wasn't cheap enough for him. And then I kind of just, you know, went, well, you know, I'm sorry, you can't afford it right now. You know, feel free to come back when you can. Keep an eye on my newsletters. Sometimes I have specials, I have competitions. So I kind of just don't take it too hard. Yeah, if you are too expensive for someone, then, you know, I just try to not take it personally. And I don't try and convince them to buy my product. Then they can go and find something else, or maybe come back to me at a later time. Look, I mean, what I do, I'm an illustrator. I'm not a doctor. It's not an essential service. There are going to be people who see the value and have the budget to spend. And hopefully I find them and they find me. And the people who don't value it or who doesn't want to spend that money or can't spend that money, they're not my target market.
Yes, and I think that's very hard, you know, for people who's starting out in the industry to handle that kind of rejection, because it's really something that you've got to learn. You've got to have a thick skin, because if you have a very damaging experience early on in your career, it really sets the tone for a bad taste in your mouth later on. And I mean, if that person, this
So I've lost you. I can't hear. I don't know what happened, but I can't hear you.
I'll have to.
Oh, you're back.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what happened there to your audio, but I couldn't hear you for a moment there.
Sorry, it was my computer. Yeah, so I was saying that, yeah, I mean, if that had happened to somebody who was early on in their career, it could have been quite a damaging experience. And you have to have a thick skin. Otherwise, it's just something that can really knock a person, especially over lockdown, when you are told that you are too expensive. And it's like, okay, but I also have to live, you know, I also have to make a living. And I understand that, you know, times are tough, but then maybe he shouldn't have been asking me for a portrait or a commission or whatever it was he was asking you for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you find that a lot of the people who join your workshops are sort of early career or starting off, or do you, I suppose with your monetizing art one, they're already people who are creatives and who are artists? So do you work with a mix bunch of people?
Such a mix. I mean, from people who haven't picked up a pencil to draw since like school, to people who, like someone who's coming to my workshop on creative entrepreneurship is actually a creative director who, back when I was fresh out of college, I interviewed with him for a job and didn't get the job. And now he's coming to my workshop. And he's a very talented designer and artist, but it just depends because everyone has gaps in their knowledge. Mm-hmm. So for him, I think he's been in the industry for so long, but he's always had kind of full-time jobs. Mm-hmm. So for him, he doesn't know how to be a freelancer. He doesn't know how to market himself as a freelancer, mm-hmm. and how to think of generating income streams. So that's the gap in his knowledge. So even though he might be a far more experienced artist designer than me, he's got that gap in his knowledge. Then there might be someone else who, you know, isn't that strong at drawing and new to art, but they might know a lot about social media marketing, for instance. So yeah, I see a range of people come through my workshops. And it's great. Like, I think the first step is to realize where you have a gap in your knowledge and not let your ego get in the way of learning and filling those gaps.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so important. And yeah, I must congratulate you on your Ian Thomas illustrations. They were stunning.
Thank you.
I have a question. Sorry.
Hi.
Go for it.
Hi, this is Paul speaking. I had a question earlier, but my neighbors started banging on the roof or whatever, so I had to lower my hand. Okay, so my question is, what happens if your dream job is you're not able to monetize it because of how the world is changing into a digital world? Like, it's your passion and it is your dream. But when you look at things, for example, meditation, and art. I think those industries have suffered the most during COVID. So how do you have a balance as to changing your mindset in terms of making a living, a decent living out of your passion or your dream job?
Yeah, it can be tricky, especially when you're starting out. You can't always make money doing what you love. Sometimes you have to do work you don't really love just to pay the bills. But then even so, like, I'd always try and find a way to monetize something. And if one avenue doesn't work, try another one. So yeah, so like for instance, as an artist, there's so many different ways you can make money. Like, yes, you can paint and sell painting, but you can also teach painting. You can curate an art show and host an art exhibition. So I really think that the trick is to write down the things you're passionate about and write down your dream jobs, and then just brainstorm as many different ways as you can to monetize it. And maybe there's something in there that is workable. And if there isn't, then maybe it is about then taking that office job or becoming a waiter or whatever it is, but then keep doing it as a side hustle. So for me, I started as an illustrator. It was my side hustle for a very long time. I worked in advertising as an art director, and I worked on illustration, even when I was permanent in advertising, working every day, all hours, because in advertising you work all hours. So I mean, I remember when I was very young working in advertising, I would wake up at 3 in the morning to work from 3 in the morning till 8 in the morning on my illustration work, and then go to my ad agency and work from 9 to 5 or 9 to 7, whatever it was, as an art director. And weekends and evenings and public holidays working on my side hustle as an illustrator. So, and then that is a lot of, what's the word? Like sacrifice. But, and that's very hard, like working all hours and then having a day job that you might not enjoy that much, and then working on your passion project weekends and in your own free time. But hopefully there will come a point where you see that your side hustle is successful enough for you to either scale down your hours at the other job or quit your other job entirely. So yeah, you have to be realistic, and you have to know what kind of money you need to earn and how much time and money you have to invest. But if you can't go full on living your dream job, don't just put it in a box and pack it away and think, oh, you know, that's for other people, it's not for me. See if you can start small. Just do one thing, do something small that you can do in whatever little time you've got, and grow it. And hopefully eventually your little side hustle can become your full-time hustle.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Cool. Any other questions? Oh, I see there's a raised hand.
Yes, I have a question.
Hi.
Hi. Is
We've lost you there.
Yeah, it's...
You muted yourself.
Yeah. Oh. I wonder if I can unmute
I'm
you.
back.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Is there any websites like an example is Indeed, but an Indeed for illustrators where one could post a advert to say I'm a freelance illustrator, and then on the flip side of that is, well, I suppose not really on the flip side is how to get like an odd job for say, an advertising agency to do just a particular illustration, or so how does one kind of, other than I mean, you can use Instagram and Twitter, but in terms of like an illustration platform to help people find you?
Yeah, I used those in the past. Well, I tried them in the past, and they've never really worked for me. I find that those kind of platforms, there's a lot of competition, and similar to what to this discussion earlier in regards to PAs and virtual assistants, and having to compete with places like India where you can get a virtual assistant for very cheap, and South Africans can't compete with those kind of prices. For me, that was the problem I found on those kind of platforms. So things like Fiverr and Upwork, I went on there, but there were other designers and illustrators offering to do work for very little money. And then there were clients on there that weren't willing to pay proper money. And I actually found it quite exploitative, the way clients would want you to work for, it will sometimes work out like something crazy, like $3 an hour, if not less. And then they want to then take that work and go make money with it. You know, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of like people wanting you to do illustrations for instance, a coloring in book, and then they want to go and print it and sell it and make money, but barely pay you. So I'm not a fan of those platforms. But having said that, I haven't been on them in years. I had some bad experiences and kind of chalked it up as a lesson learned, done with that. So for me to find clients, I really think social media is much better. And something like LinkedIn works quite well if there's specific things, specific type of clients you want to find. It's worth posting work you've done on LinkedIn, because the work you put out there is essentially the work that will come back to you. So yeah, if you want a specific kind of job, so one of the things I do is I design book covers. So if you want to design book covers, I would say go do a bunch of book covers for fun. Just make up things, redesign existing books, redesign your favorite book covers, mock them up so you have a beautiful image of book covers you've designed, and go post them all over social media. Go on LinkedIn, find the groups, find publishers, find groups with indie writers, and go post it there. Write an article about your process behind the book cover, post that on LinkedIn, post it on Instagram and do promoted posts. So for me, it's always worked better to just do the work I want to do and put it out there and find the places. The important thing is to find the places where those people who you are targeting, where they hang out. So on Facebook, there'll be groups with indie writers. There'll be groups with publishers and people who are interested and who would be potential clients. And again, look at how, instead of waiting for that client to find you, how can you do the job you want to do and create it and then just sell it? So again, with book cover design, yes, I can wait for publishers to come to me, and that's cool. But what I can also do is I can create pre-made book covers. So what people do is they design book covers and they kind of keep it sort of generic and in a genre. So for instance, if it's a chick lit, they'll do like a chick lit cover and it'll be like an illustration of a couple, and they'll have a placeholder for the name and the author name. And there are lots of websites that sell things like this. So then you can create a book cover and then sell it on either your own website or on websites that sell pre-made book covers. So yeah, there's lots of ways to find clients. And if you can't find a client, find a way to create the product and sell it before you get the client, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate it. And I'm sure everybody else does. I'm sorry, we have to hand over to Noleen now, but you'll be back anyway at 4. So we can ask any other questions then. Thank you so much. We'll chat to you soon.
You're welcome. Chat later. Bye.
Bye. Thanks, Noleen. I'm handing over to you.
Yay. Hello, everybody. Okay, so this has been like a 3-hour stretch. So I want everybody to just stand up. You know how they do this in class? To get everybody's brains working again, we have to stand up. Yay. And we kind of do the jiggle because it's Women's Day. Woo-hoo. Okay. So now that I've got my, I did go to the bathroom a little bit earlier. But what I'm going to be doing today is a lot more about, social media itself and how to maximize your social media specifically for freelancers and reaching your target audience. Now, I mean, I've been doing this for a long, long time. Key discussion points would be, what's your why? What's your brand message? Brand consistency. So even when, like some of the questions is, if you are your brand, you still have to be consistent in your brand consistency. Value adding. So what are you adding value to? What does that look like? And start conversations and not sales pitches. No one wants to be sold to, but everybody's buying, right? So we walk into a mall, we're there to buy something. Sorry, I'm trying to do a presentation at the same time. So can you guys see my screen, right? I'm just double checking. Chat. Sorry. Yes. Yay. Okay. You know when you kind of get out of it and you've been doing so many of these and then you go, I'm so zoomed out. Yes. And so I was. Okay. So a little bit about me, because I think it's important that you know where I come from so that you understand that I didn't just pop up and start my own business. I have been in the business to business arena for over 20 years. I studied to be an accountant. I now outsource my accounting. Why? Because it's one of those frogs that I don't like. I don't like to eat the frog. I don't like accounting. You get forced by parents. This is what you need to do. So yes, so I went down that path. That's how I got my first job. And it was in the business evaluation of the insurance side. So some of you may know Credit Guarantee. This was the opposition at the time. They're now known as Coface. That's where I initially started. And my relationships started there in business already, from bosses trusting me enough to say to me, listen, I think you should go into marketing. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to go into marketing. I don't want to be in sales. Marketing and sales, no. My boss then at the time pushed me into that and he says, I need you to do this for 3 months and then I'm going to pull you over to the next company I'm going to. I did it, and true to his word, he pulled me into the next company. I started in the learning and development space within the marketing and sales, and loved the learning and development space. This I thrived in. Why? Because the interaction with people and the relationships I was building. So I've never been good at a business to consumer model. So in other words, selling stuff to the end user, but having the conversation and starting the conversation from a business to business perspective has been something that has always been on my heart, because it's about the relationships that you build. So this is something that Jyoti even mentioned from the get-go, is your relationships, whether it be with your existing clients, whether it be if you've got a job, it's the people that you work with. I think I mentioned earlier, so some of that are only joining now. One of my ex-bosses, I'm not saying who, but she did comment earlier. Linda's actually on this meeting now, and she was an ex-boss, and now is one of my greatest fans and clients, and we work very well together. There's loads of synergy. We help each other and we learn from each other. The learnings that I've received from Linda has been enormous. So that networking and continuously making sure that you don't burn your bridges. I mean, I do have another ex-boss. I really didn't get on with him. I left and I told him directly. I said, I am leaving because of you. He's still one of my clients. So do such a great job at the job that you're doing and the job that you have, that the person that you're leaving would want to use you as a freelance at some point. So this is the important part. As part of the relationships that you're building now within your normal job, there's opportunities as you leave permanently and you've built up your business in such a way that you're now able to do that. So keep those jobs. That's why I want to tell you a little bit about my story. You know, the rest of my story, there's loads of it on my LinkedIn and on, you know, so I kind of I talk about myself, I talk about my entrepreneurship journey, and as well as talking about the adding value side. Something, because of being in the learning and development space for such a long time, one thing that Karen mentioned, so from a VA perspective, is continuous learning. Now, if you're needing, you know, continuous learning, I have a couple of clients that are in the learning and development space that have got some top-notch learning, online learning programs, but it's that you need to find your why. Why are you a designer? Firstly, why are you a content writer? Why are you a virtual assistant? Is it because you can't get a job, because you don't fit into the mold of corporate? If so, that's even better, because that means you're one of those, that 2%, I think, that Karen mentioned, that you can work diligently by yourself without motivation from others, and you can actually get the job done. But if it means that it's because you just don't like authority or you're offensive to people, then you're going to have to work on yourself and find out that why. You need to find out how you fit in. So something that you know, has also been mentioned is you need to find your unique fit and space. So when you're looking at your why, look at what makes you unique. Look at what the market is out there and what is it that makes you unique so that you stand out. When I first started my business, you know, I didn't have a fallback. So despite the whole planning and someone saying to me, you know, and me coming from an accounting background, this was my do or die. Someone said to me, one of my bosses said to me, you can't do this. I was like, oh, really? Let me show you how it's done. So I went ahead and proved them wrong. I've always been one of those. So if you tell me I can't do this, then guess what? I'm going to do my utmost to do the exact opposite. But I went in, you know, dived in, had no idea what freelance / entrepreneurship / small business / whatever looked like, because I've seen and I've networked and I've worked with small businesses and I've worked for small businesses, but I did not understand the challenges that they went through to identify their unique target market. So I went in and saying, I can do digital marketing. but so can everybody else. And this was 4 years ago, just a little over 4 years ago. So we went in, we can do all of this. And then I realized my niche and the gap in the market was exactly what was mentioned now is LinkedIn. It's that business to business space. I've worked on LinkedIn for the last 13, 14 years. I started off because my bosses said to me, we need you to find a list of CIOs. I said, we're a training company. Where do I find a list of CIOs? We don't know. We don't care. Just get us the list. Stumbled across LinkedIn and started being the typical salesperson, being sales and spammy, but then started developing the right and the wrong way. So I learned from my own experience what is right and what is wrong in terms of social selling. I did not, and I think this is where the advice to my clients is to make sure if they know what their why is. And I think sometimes that, they veer off into different directions, but if their why ultimately resonates with your why, you find a synergy that you can find a place where you can work together and you build the businesses together. In other words, your business and their business, and you level up together. Because if your why doesn't resonate with the company that you're working with, those values clash. And I've clashed with quite a few. If those values clash, you're actually going to find the whole experience a really, really, really tough one. I know that I think every single person here has spoken about, and they've had to, put that down to experience, learning experience. We have to go through some of those learning experiences just to find out what our true value is. But we have to realize that if you know your why, and you understand your client's why, if you're working together, you've got somewhere to go together rather than trying to do the information and get the information. I mean, okay, so let me give you an example. Sometimes it's taken us over a year, not joking, to build a little 5-page website for someone. Why? Because they don't have the content, they don't have their why, they don't know what they want on the website. They change the website. Then they want this, then they want that. Yes, okay, so, and those are the most frustrating and the time consuming and the less money you make client, because the synergy is not necessarily there because you're not working together and leveling up, rather you're waiting on them and you're just having to wait, hurry up and wait. I want this website done by next week, but I don't have the content. So it's building that trust relationship. So make sure you understand, why are you doing what you are doing? If it's for money alone, now the statistics show that you only start making a profit in your business after at least year 3. I'm still not making a profit. So I'm in year 4. So don't expect, yes, I'm paying the bills. Yes, but can I get a job? Of course I can get a job. I can pick up the phone right now and get a job. But do I want a job? No, because I love what I'm doing. I'm getting those diverse skills that everyone's talking about in such diverse industries, helping so many clients just with conversations, networking, understanding that you're helping them and adding value in every single conversation. Having an opportunity to talk to people like this right now, is for me the greatest joy and the opportunity to be able to add value. And I think that's where, if you understand that it's not just about making money, yes, money, you need the money, but it was spoken about that 3 months, then adjust, tweak your strategy, but it's not going to happen overnight. Digital marketing, social media marketing is not an overnight success. So don't expect it to be, I sponsored a post for 5 minutes and now I don't have any money and I don't have any leads. Okay, well, try again. it's going to be a learning process. Now, something you need to know, once you've found your why, start with what's your brand message. I know that some people have said, don't start with this and the logo is not important and everything else. But do you know that we started first, before I even left corporate, before they even knew that this was happening, a friend and I decided, we sat down, and for 3 months, we worked on our logo, our branding, our messaging, the service offerings. So we had all of that together before we even launched the business. Why? Because of credibility. Often, and this is the challenge with freelancers, and this is why corporates and businesses, as well as other agencies, are reluctant to use freelancers, is because you have a Gmail. I'm sorry, guys, this is the reality. If you go to axxess.co.za for a tiny little bit a month, we have multiple accounts there, so it's a lot more now for us. But for a small amount every month, and I think back 3 years back, before I started utilizing them as a hosting with all our websites and stuff, it was like 15 Rand a month, and you get like 20 email addresses, and you've got a domain registration. So what you do is you say coming soon for your domain. It's not difficult for those who are freelancers to be able to get that done. And you've got info@freelanceabc.com or freelanceabc.co.za, whatever that looks like. Now suddenly your credibility has gone up 5 points. Why? Because you're not a Gmail. Now, if you're wanting those corporate jobs, you're going to have to step up and pay a tiny little amount, and you can shop around. There's many hosting domains now that you can register your domain for free and host it at, I actually think Access, just for hosting your emails and parking your website, is something like 5 Rand a month. So look around. There are places that can help you make sure that you get your credibility up. Now think about even your own shopping habits. If you see a Gmail address, you also will go, now it's a garden services, but you still won't use them because they're Gmail, right? So now what you want to do is make sure that no one questions your credibility from the get-go. Then have a little logo, even if you use Canva, canva.com for those who are not designers. And those who are designers, I'm sorry. Now you're swearing me. Sorry. Or use a designer to get a logo. The reason I'm saying that, I know a lot of designers, so I don't even design logos for my clients. I have a freelancer that works for me specifically that I trust with, Kim, that does my freelancing and my design logos. The reason why, yes, rather contact me. You see, it really is already putting himself out there. I know that freelancers hate that, but there are tools out there to start and have no excuses in terms of building your brand and your look and feel for your brand. And that will essentially be able to help you with your target audience. Building it on LinkedIn. If you're going to post on LinkedIn, you're going to make sure that you have your credibility behind you on LinkedIn. Make sure you've added your full CV of where you've worked, that you have been an art director at ABC and CBA and, whatever that looks like, because that gives you credibility, saying this person knows exactly what they want, where they want it. Actually, let's commission them to do a whole, foyer. I can't say reception area because at this point, they're talking at the end of the month, we're going into our 3rd wave. I don't know. So At this point, we don't know if we're going to the office or we're not going to the office, whatever that looks like. But you've got options to commission something even digitally, take your brand to a new level. But important is establishing your brand, as in if it's your personal brand as well as your company brand. Remember, you as a person, now if you think of Virgin, if you think of Microsoft, if you think of Facebook, there's a person that you're thinking of that represents that brand, even though they are huge organizations. So remember, you can't get away from the fact that you are your brand, especially as a smaller business. You need to make sure that you're representing your brand in every step of the way. You're representing it in the real sense of adding value, credibility. Okay, next slide. Sorry, just scrolling down. Okay. Brand consistency. So someone else has also mentioned, don't post once or boost a Facebook post and go, oh, but now I've got no money. And so, you know how long it takes for you to make sure that your consistency in the market, because it's not just about making sure you don't have a Gmail address anymore, but it's also about the fact that you're posting information that is value adding and creating a footprint that leaves something behind, that makes people think that, you know, I still get messages from people I've met over the last 4 years in networking situations. I still get a WhatsApp every now and again, a random WhatsApp, because my company is called LadyBugz. So as you can see, I wear red. So especially when I'm introduced to a new client, I'm wearing red. You can see my branding is red and black. We try and make sure that we're consistent in terms of the branding. But if someone sees a ladybug in their garden or they see something, I'm always getting, even last week, I get a little message, oh, look what I saw. I'm like, oh, they thought of me. So what you're wanting to do, Kim is listening intently. What they want to do. So for instance, Kim. Now, Kim's is Uncorked. Now, her branding is all those coffee mark or the wine marks that's left on that coffee table or that dining room table that's of that spillage. Now, if people, you know you for that and remember you for something, somehow when they see that, subconsciously you want them to think about you. So those doodles and everything else, you know, if someone is seeing something that's very visually similar to that, they go, oh, look, I saw this and I thought of you. Make sure that whatever your brand is saying, that it's saying, this is what you're associated back to. Does the name Ladybug associate to digital marketing? No, I've just built that brand so well, and not by millions of paid advertising. Reiterating, not paid advertising. It has been by networking. It has been by organic conversations and value add on LinkedIn. Some of my stuff is paid advertising when I'm elevating my Facebook page, because otherwise you don't get followers. But if you only have 10 followers on Facebook and you saying you can do social media, that doesn't count. My credibility is in the toilet, right? So you want to make sure that whatever you are doing everything that is building up your brand or credibility. And do I pay a lot? I pay every second month, maybe $100 to Facebook, just to boost my page likes to my target audience, just to up it a level, just to build it a little bit, or I boost an event by a couple $100 if I'm having, so it was spoken about having multiple income streams. So we do social media, we do digital marketing, we do strategy sessions, we do, I can list the stuff we do. I have one of my courses is with Chartel Business Coach, which is a CETA accredited course. I've got all of the stuff in place, but it takes time before it picks up. It's multiple options of income streams, but it's not all going to happen all at the same time. So make sure that you are building a digital footprint for yourself that will eventually make sure that your credibility is not in check. And I can't say this one often enough, because it's like our LadyBugz motto. My team can attest to it. My team's online as well. Always, always, always add value. Most of my clients get a little extra value than what they're paying for. Why? Because they have friends that they talk to. I'm not saying you spend an extra 10 hours and make a loss on your, for your bottom line. But what I'm saying is, especially for those who are very well connected, add in an extra hour for editing, or helping them with a brochure, or that they're paying a little bit less for the brochure design or something like that. The reason for that is you don't know who they know who might actually need your services. They'll have a glass of wine, a dinner with their women's organizations or things like that, and suddenly your name gets name dropped. Yeah. And then suddenly you get another client, and it's based on a referral, not even. So most of my business for the last 2 years has come from referrals more than digital, but they will always, 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 always check my social media before they do business with me. And it's a fact. So they'll check our website, they'll check my LinkedIn, they'll check all of that stuff. They will ask for referrals on what websites we've done, what social media we manage, et cetera, and that's okay, because I'm not scared to say these are the things that we do, and this is what we do, and this is what it costs. But always add value into that solution, so that even if you're just having your initial meeting, you can say to them, by the way, I saw that on your LinkedIn is not connected to your business. Can I quickly just help you with that? Right there in the meeting, because now this is your first connect, you're leaving them with something that the firm makes them feel she added value even before she was, I was paying her to do something. Make sure that it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to cost them a lot, but because of your 10,000 hours, in other words, so Daniel Goldman talks about in his book about 10,000 hours. Your illustrations, your designs have taken you thousands and thousands of hours to be able to do it in 30 minutes, what takes other people days to do and get to the same point. So your time and your exercise and the things that you do comes naturally. Whereas if I had to tell my team, go do this, go do that, go do this, go do that, in LinkedIn specifically, because they've got their specialities, they will go, oh, this is going to take me forever. And yes, it does. So I've tested my team on occasions, and it does take them forever. So you don't want to waste your team's time, but then utilize your time where you specialize, so that you can get on with the rest of the job and your team can get on with the other job if you get to the point of the team. So I've only grown to say the word team in the last year. So literally a month before lockdown, I worked with a freelancer who was freelancing part-time. While she was doing her job, she was also freelancing for me at some point, that was actually recommended by one of the virtual assistants I use. She then worked for me as a content writer and freelancer for, I don't know, it was probably about 6 months. And then I saw that she was having some challenges at the company, and I enjoyed working with her because we built up quite a nice synergy. So I took the chance and I said, okay, I'm going to employ you, and what do you want as a salary? Obviously, it was a negotiable salary. And I said, okay, let me see if I can take a chance and let's do this. And a month later, lockdown happened. Yes, that was exciting and very terrifying at the same time. But I would not have been able to get through this year without him, Paul. And then halfway through lockdown, so about 6 months ago, had issues with my website guy, had conversations with the person that he was using, and decided that we wanted her on our team. And so now we also have Claire. So now I have 2 people working with me, whereas I never even thought I would be able to. You had asked me a year ago, even 2 years ago, if I'd even make it as a business, I probably would have said absolutely not. Had terrifying experiences. But when I consistently added value, those clients that saw me 2 years ago, and I'm not joking, I pitched for jobs 2 years ago. During lockdown, came to me and said, okay, now you can do the job. And it's not because of anything else, but my consistency in terms of adding value, pushing myself, pushing my team to consistently be of a better delivery in terms of always learning to become better and always add value. Okay, so it's something that for me is a huge thing. Sorry, there's some questions. Let me just luck is always on our side. Yes, it's Paul. Fact. People don't care how much. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, and that's very true. So one thing that's, there were some days where I would just pick up the phone and I would say to my team, so we connect every day, most every day. I would connect with my team and I could hear maybe one of them are off, but I also had a feeling that I needed to speak to one of my clients. I will just phone and say, how's it going? So care about your clients. So that's one of the things that Paul was just raising now, is you need to be able to care for your clients, because if you don't care, neither are they going to care about paying your invoice on time. They're not going to care if that invoice is actually paying for your internet, if that invoice is paying for your child's school fees or the food in your fridge. They won't care if you're not showing that you care. So this is where it comes to the point where LinkedIn became a go-to place for me to start a conversation. I didn't start sales pitches. Everybody goes to the mall, but how many times do we walk in a mall? Okay, so this is, before COVID days. We would walk in the mall, put our blinkers on, not look at any of those salespeople that are in the middle of the malls trying to sell us a mop. Yet, what are we going to go and buy? We're going to the Pick and Pay and the mop aisle because we need a new mop. But we don't want to be sold to, so we're going to go leisurely and go and buy the mop. We don't want to be sold to, but yet we are there to buy the mop. We're there to buy our coffee with a friend. We're there to, not be sold to, but we're there to buy. We've already done our research. So the client, before he even starts talking to you, has looked at your LinkedIn profile, has looked at your social media, has looked at your website. Okay, if he starts the conversation, okay, so ladies, if a guy starts a conversation on LinkedIn and says, hi, tell me what to do, you go, bye, and you remove the connection. Because if he didn't take the time to look at your LinkedIn profile, then clearly it's one of those scam artists. So don't fall for those kinds of conversations. they shouldn't be asking you what you do. It should be all quite clear on your LinkedIn profile. This is what I do. This is how I add value. On our YouTube channel, there's a couple of free videos on how to set up your LinkedIn. So you're welcome to go to the LadyBugz YouTube channel and go and have a look at some of the webinars we did even during lockdown on how to set up your LinkedIn step by step, as in click here, click there, do this, do that, and the why behind why you should be doing it. Your LinkedIn is an opportunity to showcase your work, as was previously mentioned. But if you're going to showcase your work, your LinkedIn profile needs to be updated and say exactly what you do. And then start a conversation. I would, right in the beginning of my business, I did not do any cold calling. Although in my previous company, I was known as the best cold caller ever, the cold calling queen. That's not what I want to be known as. I want to be known as the person that adds value, that I leave something of me behind, whatever that looks like. A piece of me gets left there, and something that says, wow, I didn't think about that way. I'm going to rethink about it and add that into my strategy. Because sometimes just in conversation, something will come and I'll go, well, think about this and think about that. That's how you're essentially wanting to leave the conversation. So always start a conversation. You don't go walk into a networking situation and say, hi, my name's Anonymous. So don't turn on your anonymous feature on LinkedIn, okay? You're walking into a networking, now it's digital networking. You're walking into a networking situation where you're able to leave your business card. You take a look at your client's LinkedIn profile. You're leaving your business card saying, I have an interest in you. I am leaving my business card. And my contact details is my LinkedIn profile. But I go through that in detail on some of the videos that I do on YouTube. So go and take a look. There really is so much free content out there. There is no excuse for you not to be able to get business. The only excuse is if you are doing the same boring stuff that everybody else is doing, you can forget about it. If you are posting, hi, COVID has hit so hard and I'm a freelancer and I would really like an opportunity to work with someone, here's my details, yay. Okay, so I don't want to know that. Show me your work. Show me, talk about some of the designs. There's, even on Facebook, there's specifically for graphic designers. They ask questions, they have conversations. And then this one is saying, yeah, but change the logo a little bit here, this one. And you don't know, these are people that have been in the industry for 25 years. You're only starting out. You're going to be able to get top-notch people helping you grow as a business. Don't think that other people can't add to your value because they'll steal your client. That's a closed mindset. Remember, this is a networking opportunity to be able to grow your business. This is a networking opportunity to be able to, and whether it's on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, your website, even if it's a one-page website that you have, that you've called LadyBugz.co.za, here's some of my work, and it's a brochure designed, put it out there. Don't you become your own stumbling block to stop your place where you're going to excel. Okay, so I have a question here. When going in and using a contract of whatever kind, I look at social media website, Google Maps, profile pictures, Google My Business, and see if they're legit and anything inconsistent. So even freelancers check out other freelancers before the freelancers work with you. You have no excuse, because Facebook, to create a page is free. LinkedIn, to create a page is free. Twitter, to create a page is free. Google My Business, to create a page is free. And you're getting the point, right? Make sure that you are on social media, that you are posting and you're being consistent in your content and you're adding value, add tips to your clients. You know, there's loads of things that you can share, you know, that maybe pink and purple and yellow, you know, with yellow dots is not necessarily the right colors to use for a logo, unless you're a playful, I don't know, child brand. But do things that add value to clients, because some people just really like those really kitsch colors, right? I mean, I tease my husband that his favorite color is okay, is brown and shades of brown and khaki and yes, and we changing everything again. So all the shades of So change and tell people why doesn't stand out, because why? It was created for camouflage, you know. So do you want to blend in or do you want to stand out? So don't make your colors make something bright, fun, colorful, quirky. Make sure that you know your why, and your why goes back to that one, knowing your why, and it goes straight through all your branding. So I know I've spoken now quite a bit. I am going to open the floor for questions. What do I need? Do I need to do anything on my side if people have questions? Where am I now? Stop sharing. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, so do you have any questions? Because I know that some people that might not even know about Google My Business. And okay, so that might just be something that people might not even know about. But Google and your website, so Google My Business is a free, if you just go Google My Business, you can create your free Google My Business account and you can post and everything else. Verification needs a landline number. They say that they can also send you a postcard, which is a problem. So now that everyone's working from home, it's a problem, but loads of people actually you can actually pay people to do verification for Google My Business. But more often than not, I have gotten verification on the first time round when I am busy helping clients doing my Google My Business, and it helps with your SEO. One client I just got an email earlier saying that over 700 hits on their website because of Google My Business and information that has been set up correctly. So you never know what people are going to utilize, but you want to make sure that every platform is utilized. Do you have a question, Martie?
No. Oh, sorry, I unmuted myself. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's why I'm just checking. There you go. So Kim is an expert there. On Google My Business, you can get a PIN code and we'll add to your website that you can verify it immediately as well. I know that this is also something that people don't like to do, is kind of saying that I'm working from home. So now it's my personal, you know what? How many people have been working from home and for how many years? And you see these big ass signs outside their houses. The sun's coming through nicely. You see I mean, just a month ago, so we kept on, you know, seeing lots of people coming in and out of the people across the road. And now we see that he's actually does cars, as in he's a motor mech, because he was retrenched from a company that, I don't know which company, but one of those companies. And he used to service cars, and now he's doing it from home. I took my car to him and my husband took his car to him, and it was nice, cost effective, and it's right across the street. So guess what? You know, that's quite convenient for me. Across the street. Yes, and Paul.
Okay, so my question is it doable or is it possible as a freelancer to be a jack of all trades? For example, if I'm a content writer and I'm a freelancer, can I take, well, is it possible for me to do various industries and write content for all of them because I'm looking into getting an income? Or should I be more specific and selective in terms of which industry do I understand more, or how does that work? Like finding your niche.
Okay, so this is a good question. I just need to ask you, when you're saying a content writer and a freelancer, what's the difference that you are associating in your mind?
Like a freelance content writer.
So you're still a content writer?
Yeah, or a graphic designer. So you are approached by different companies in different industries.
Okay.
So maybe the tourism sector comes to me and says, write us a piece about the current trends in the tourism industry. And then someone from the food sector says, write something about the past listeriosis disease that happened.
Okay.
I would be tempted to take everything and do research. But now the question is, how do we find that being able to say no and knowing what your niche is and being strict with sticking to what you actually know?
Okay, good question. Thank you. So this took time for me as well. A lot of my clients organically were business to business. So for me, they were organically business to business, and I would levitate towards having conversations with people that were selling in the business to business. In other words, meaning a business to business would be, I'm just trying to think, BCX. Okay, so BCX, they sell their technology services into other companies. In other words, I'm a business that needs to sell to a business that sells to other businesses, not to the consumer, not necessarily a business that sells like Coca-Cola that sells, or a Truworths that sells to the retail, the consumer. We're based at, our organization is based at, so we say our tagline is the silver bullet in business marketing. But it took me a while to discern that and get and hone in on that, because you have to find out what your why is, and it doesn't automatically come right in the beginning. You decide, okay, so I love the tourism industry, but the content is not actually grabbing people enough. But the industry that I see that I succeed well in is actually the consumer industry, because I know how to sell makeup like nobody else's business. Okay, so I can do the Instagram, and I've got the earrings, and I've got the look, and so suddenly your content is totally different. And then as a social media and a content creator, you are helping brands build their content in that specific space to the consumer, rather than to a business that would then attract and say, well, we're a wholesaler of the earrings. I want to buy your earrings in bulk. So it's understanding what you're best at. And it's not, it took me 20 years to realize I actually didn't want a boss. So part of my story was the one organization I worked for, I bounced 5 times. As in, I left them, and 3 years later, I got bored and I left. And again went, and then they phoned me and said, come back. And 3 years later, I left, and I went back, and I left, and I went back 5 times. So I know that if I pick up the phone now, I could go back, but I don't want to. I love what I'm doing too much because I found my niche. But it comes with growth and maturity. So it doesn't automatically, when you're young, you still, I mean, this is why we have teenage rebellion, you know, because they're still trying to identify who they are. when you're a young adult, you're still trying to identify what it is you really want to do in life. You know, I want to be a traveler. Oh, wait, it's COVID, so you can't do that. I want to backpack in the kibbutz. Oh, yeah, you can't do that either. I want to take a year off, and no, you can't do that either. So, you know, there's a list of stuff we can't do right now, but what can you do is start looking at and learning about the different industries. So what will help you and the younger people, especially on the call, is start looking at what you're passionate about. If I had been told that I was, and had this type of guidance when I was younger, that entrepreneurship is an option, firstly, freelancing is an option, and finding and going after what you're really passionate about, and having someone guide and mentor you into that passion, that I would have done this many years ago, because you're too scared. You don't want to leave that full-time job. I was a single mom of two young they were in primary school, kids that decided, that's it, I'm done with corporate, I'm starting my own business. There was no plan B. Despite Martie telling me that there was an accountant and there's this and there's a backup and there's a backup for the backup and I don't know what, there was no plan B. There was a boss that said you couldn't do it. I was like, what? So yeah, for different, and even though I have an accounting background, but I knew what I was passionate about. I knew that LinkedIn was, and anyone who knew me for 10 years before I started my business knew that every time I'd spoken about how LinkedIn could help them find a job, could help them get more business, could help them in sales, because it helped me in all of those spaces. So whatever that is, whatever your passion is, start looking at it and honing in and learning more about it, and take courage in doing it. Does that answer your question, Paul?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Let's see who's online. I saw Dan. Dan, is that you, Dan, in Gate Dan? Is he going to say yes or no? I was curious. Yay! All the way from New York. Danny's on the line. Okay. Thank you, Danny, for supporting us. See, this is why I love what I do. Yes, Alison.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Right. This is my very first Zoom meeting. I'm very proud of myself because I was so scared and I've been feeling so vulnerable. And I don't have a question for you now because you've answered so many, and the other presenters have given me so much information. The question I have really is for myself, is what is my why? I'm battling with that. So I just wanted to, I don't know, to just participate actively and to just say thank you. I have also been listening intently, like someone commented just now, and just to say thank you, because I'm really, truly inspired. And
awesome.
Yeah, so I don't really have a question, but many questions that I did have been answered now. And I think you're very vibrant. I can see why you're successful, because you're really very entertaining and very funny. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. No, thank you, Alison. I really appreciate it. So on the why, I would suggest that you Google Simon Sinek. So I'm going to write it in the chat now. Some people say it differently. He has quite a bit of Google content. He has a lot of content in terms of books and workshops, and he talks about the why and talks about how you can get to your why. Because for me, that's the most important, and I didn't understand that. So to give you part of my why as well, so from a personal perspective, in 2013, I had cancer and breast cancer. I'm a survivor and I'm in remission and all those wonderful things. But it suddenly made me realize and pause and think, what am I actually doing here? Yes, okay, so I'm survived, and you know, I'm around to irritate my kids for the rest of their lives. But you know, live off them. I keep telling them I'm going to live off them for the rest of my life, so they must make lots of money. But it's in terms of the cancer got me to the point of thinking, why did I even get the cancer? Because when I walked into the surgeon's office, and this is important for us all to remember. So lots of people have spoken about the work-life balance, time management, Martie specifically honed in on, and making sure you're resting. Because what happened is I kept stuff in, and the surgeon actually asked, had something traumatic happened to me in that last year? And yes, it did. And so he says 95% of the cases that he sees is because of some traumatic or something that happened. And so please make sure that whatever journey you're taking, that you're also taking care of you as part of that journey. I don't know who I'm speaking to, but that's it. You need to take care of you.
Yes, thank you. I'll share one thing that forced me to stop and think about that as well, was when I was moving house and I dropped some dinner plates vertically onto my toe, and that stopped me in my tracks, because then I couldn't do anything that I had been doing. So I agree with you about thinking why something that looks bad happens to you, and how it helps you to take stock of where you are in life. And yeah, thanks.
Well done, Alison, for your first Zoom meeting. That is brilliant. And that's now on record, and it's going to be recorded. It's well done. I love it. Now you're going to be infamous or famous. We're not sure yet.
Thank you. I'm going to mute. I'm going to press the mute button now.
Okay.
Okay. Well, firstly, I just want to say thank you to all of the ladies who have participated and who are here now for the panel discussion after a very long day. So thank you very much again for giving of your time and just being so generous and so willing to jump in. And I would also like to acknowledge Kim Page, who did all of the design work for this conference for me. She was going to be a speaker, and she actually introduced me to Noleen. Because Kim had moved and she just said, no way, she's not going to speak this time. So I had actually been following Noleen for a long time on LinkedIn. And then I left all social media it was last year. I checked out of social media completely. I had thousands of followers across social media platforms, and I thought I'd had enough. I had given my content, my websites, and just all my social media accounts to digital agencies and to freelancers to manage for me. They made a complete mess of everything, even though I was supplying the content. And I just thought I didn't want to have anything to do with this anymore. So I had a complete break from social media. And so I had to restart again. And one of the people that I need to acknowledge more than anyone else, I think, is my dear friend, Rudy Thor, who has been here throughout. And he actually did my rebranding for me. And he was the one who said to me, you need to get back on social media. So I would not be here. This conference would not have happened. And yeah, he's just an amazing person. And I'm so grateful today to be where I am. And I wouldn't have been here without all of you. And I feel like I'm just surrounded by the people that I should have been surrounded with all along. But I would never have known that if I hadn't had all of those bad experiences. So you talk about mindfulness. and you talk about gratitude, and that's really all I feel right now. And I just want to thank you, so all of you, and thank you to all the attendees and all the people who have been here throughout. I really can't thank you enough. So yeah, that's just a very heartfelt thank you to all of you, and happy International Women's Day. And let's not forget the real reason we're all here, to celebrate International Women's Day. And it's so amazing to be around such a supportive group of women, such a group of women who are so willing to engage and willing to share and willing to support others. It's a privilege. It's really a privilege. So thank you again. And yeah, I look forward to our discussion now. So if people have questions, you're welcome to ask the questions. Otherwise, we'll have things to talk about. So go for it.
I just see a couple people saying they have to leave. So thank you everyone that was able to join. And thanks, for all the support. I think, Jyoti, you took on a task here where, you didn't know how we were going to be presenting. You've never seen us presenting before. And now you associated yourself, unfortunately, to all of us. So now you're associated to us as brands as well. But thank you so much for setting it up. And, I think we have been missing a little bit on the conference side because everyone got zoomed out at some points during COVID. We were so tired of all the, let's join the next Zoom. Yeah, no, we were tired. If I didn't have to get on a Zoom call or show my face, makeup wasn't done, right, ladies? Pajamas was the fashion, especially in winter. This is how we operate, right? We're freelancers, right? Our team is very happy because they work from home and we only get together possibly every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But ultimately, I work with people like Dan from the States and, everyone, people from around the world because we have internet, right? So well done on coming back, Jyoti. I think from that perspective, it's obviously been a wellness and a mindful journey that you've had to go through to eventually come back and start trusting people to be able to work with you to build your brand. And we really appreciate the opportunity to work with you on this.
Thank you. And I completely agree with what you were saying in your presentation, Noleen. It is important to have a logo and a brand. And it's excellent that you were brainstorming before that. But I think part of what I was saying is that my experience had been so colored by people who, I was talking to another friend of mine actually this morning, and she also had an experience where her identity on social media and her online identity had been hijacked by people she had been working with. And unfortunately, there are so many unscrupulous people out there who will take your money. And there are some designers who will say, oh no, we're gonna design you this amazing logo for like $50 or whatever it is. And they do. And then you're sitting with this product that you don't know any better if you're just starting out, you trust this person and you think, okay, well, this is the budget that I have. I don't know how much a logo design costs. And, nobody tells you any better. And even though I have had very good designers to work with, and I knew better because I had come from the publishing industry. So I knew how important branding was, but not everybody knows that. So that was why I also said that will come. So prioritize first looking after yourself because nobody else is going to do it for you. So yeah, I agree with what you were saying completely. I think what I was saying was very much in line with what you were saying. I don't think I was at odds with you. I just wanted to clear up what I'm saying so that so people understand.
And I think that's the thing is that when you're starting out, you've got so many free tools available. There is no excuse not to make yourself credible, even though you don't have the money to do a logo. Even if you don't have the money to do the branding, you can still be credible and look great on LinkedIn without the fancy logos and everything else. You need to start somewhere, but build that credibility to go and do your research. How do you set it up correctly? How do you approach clients that is not salesy and say, buy from me, buy from me, buy from me, because all they're going to do is block you. Think about people that, you know, message you on a constant basis. So I've even, so here's from unscrupulous people. A person won a free ticket to one of my training sessions. And then after one of the training sessions for LinkedIn, she messages me and says, now she was in a totally different industry. She messages me and says, I want to become a LinkedIn coach. So can you help me build? Yes. No, she doesn't know how to do LinkedIn, but yet now, and she comes to the training and so, and now she offers what I was doing. So it's the unscrupulous of, and all I did was, I didn't even respond. I've learned that some people just don't even warrant a response because all they're trying to get is that wound up response sometimes. And, you know, I've just had to learn that there are those unscrupulous people, but there are people such as yourself. I mean, I've worked with Kim for, I don't know, also about 2 years now. And Paul is now one of my team. Danny, I've worked with in the States now also for about 1.5 years, 2 years. There's people around the world that they're not all like that handful of unscrupulous people. Unfortunately, it brought out the unscrupulous and they lost their scruples. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
I won't. So no, I wasn't going against either what you were saying. It's just more around building up credibility.
Yes, yes. And I think it is important. It's just, you know, I'm trying to spare people like those horrible experiences as much as possible because it's so devastating when it happens. And you talked a bit about your web developer and we spoke on the phone about it as well. So yeah, it's just mind-blowing the kind of things that go on. And my friend who's in another country was telling me about this stuff as well. And you know, she said, I'm welcome to share her story, but, you know, I can't reveal a lot of the details because otherwise it'll just give everything and everyone away. But so, yeah, you know what, you've got to choose the people that you actually want to work with. And I think that's what's so important for people to realize is that once you find the people that you are comfortable working with, those are the people that you need to work with. And the people who are credible and who show up and who have integrity, those are the people you want to work with. And those are the people you want to be. And that's so important at whatever stage your business is at.
Absolutely. And be available for conversations. I think sometimes, you know, I think at times Kim and I have chatted for like an hour or two, just chatted as in just to get to know, because if you get to know the people that you're working with on a different level, Kim and I have never met in person because she's always, you know, worked from some exotic piece of the coast somewhere. I'm very jealous. She did a little video of where she is now. So now I'm very, very, very jealous. But we've had many a conversation and check-ins with each other and learnings from each other. And I think that's the important part is when you're going into freelancing is don't isolate yourself. I think a lot of freelancers isolate themselves. Even if you're working from home, have people that you connect with on a regular basis. Have those friends that you just phone and pick up and say, how's it? Have those, even the freelancers, just say, how's it? I'm just checking in to see if all's okay. You know, that valuable phone call could just uplift that person in different ways. And I think we just need to be more conscious of that and mindful that everyone's possibly depressed right now in a pandemic world. You know, we're still in the pandemic, you know, we're threatening of the third wave is coming. So in that sense, we also, there's always that sense of fear in the back end, but also people are just COVIDed out. So how else can we uplift one another? And I think you've done a great job in terms of just getting people together and saying, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the challenges of freelancing.
Thank you. Oh, I don't know. I think like a few ladies can chat too, and I mean not just ladies. Rudy, also please feel free. Like just share your pearls of wisdom, and I think yeah, I think we can just sum up what we've spoken about and things that you'd want to know a bit more about. That would be a good point of discussion. Oh, what's Rudy saying? I'm rising on a point of order. I would like your opinion regarding cheap freelancers out there. Let's take me, for example, been in the design industry for 12 years, but I now need to compete with designers who charge less than 200 Rand for a logo. Yes, my portfolio obviously stands out more than that designer, and I've got more experience, but some clients still don't get why I'm so much more expensive, even though it's clear to some degree. And I think this applies to other industries as well, not just design, 100%. I mean, like copywriting, illustration, anything. VAs, Martie and Karen can definitely comment there as well.
Yeah, I am actually, as part of my creative consultations and this workshop that I'm going to be teaching for creative entrepreneurs, and something that I cannot repeat enough is that unfortunately when creatives, and I suppose, yeah, this will apply to other industries as well, but with creatives, if you undervalue your own work, you're not just undervaluing yourself, you're undervaluing the whole industry. And you're doing such a disservice to your fellow designers and artists and creatives out there. So it's really frustrating for me when people do that. And when I see that people do that and it's someone I feel comfortable enough to like say something, I do in a kind way. Yeah, it's very frustrating. But, you know, again, there's nothing, you can't control other people. And all you can do is when people want that, to send them on their way. So like last year, I got an email from a guy and he wanted a book cover design. And I sent him a quote and he came back and said, sure, he doesn't understand why it's so expensive because another designer did a book cover for him for something stupid like 2,000 Rand. So I just replied and said, well, just so you know, that designer didn't charge you enough and you're welcome to go back to her, but that's not what anyone should be charging. All these things go into a book cover design, and it's really strange it should charge you so little, basically is what I said to him. And then I didn't hear from him again. And it can be hard to do that when you're desperate for money. But yeah, don't be afraid to send people on their way and stick to your guns, because at the end of the day, if everyone just keeps lowering their prices, you know, it's a race to the bottom and we don't want to be there. And I think that's also where it gets so important to build relationships. So also with book cover design, I have a client who I've been doing book covers for a few years now. And we have such a good working relationship that sure, she can maybe find someone cheaper, but we work really well together. She knows me, she trusts me, she knows I'm going to do a good job, she knows I'm going to meet the deadline. So she's always going to come back to me, and I've nurtured that relationship. So I think all you can do is educate your fellow creatives or whoever as much as you can in a kind way. Explain to them that they're undervaluing themselves and an entire industry. And after that, don't be afraid to stick to your guns, stick to your price, and you will lose a few clients, but you don't actually want those clients anyway. You know, you actually don't want those clients who have like shallow pockets and short arms. And then when you do find those...
Sorry to interrupt. The reason you don't want them is because they're probably so much more work that they want to redo that logo 17,000 times.
Exactly. I
Paying
found that
$200. So good luck with that.
No, exactly. Often the clients who don't want to pay, it's a weird thing that happens. They often become the most difficult clients as well. And it's like revision 500 and the budget hasn't budged and you've used all the colors, and they still want to see more options. And so let those people go. And when you get the good clients who are willing to pay you for your time and expertise and who trust you, you treat them like gold and you nurture that relationship.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree with you more, Karen. It's up to us as freelancers to educate our clients, to educate them about what is our value, what is the experience that we bring. One of the VAs that I was talking to said to me, my rate is 80 Rand an hour, and my eyes went big, and but I can do the work for 10. And I was like, how in the world are you going to make money? Because they just think, I'm going to start my VA business, I'm going to charge 10 Rand an hour. And then those are usually the VAs who unfortunately throw the industry's name away. There was a VA who posted on Facebook the other day, she said she had conversations with business owners about their complaints regarding VAs. And the stuff that came out that was absolutely shocking, that they never want to work with a VA ever again because they're unprofessional, they don't complete tasks, they don't communicate, they don't feedback, they do crappy jobs. So it's like, you guys are throwing the rest of our names away, which is also a reason why I started the training, to at least try and get them, those on the training, to at least get an idea of this is what you should charge. And the big thing with that is, what's your mindset? I was on my one Facebook group earlier, and I said, so when you started as a VA, did you thumbs up or did you calculate your rate? So the one lady said, I thumbs up and then I calculated, and I used my calculated rate, which was lower than my thumbs up rate. So my comment was, why did you basically discount your rate? And then a comment was, because people can't afford it. My target market is small business owners. So the mindset is they can't afford my services, so I need to come down to that level, and that is so wrong.
Yeah, they're the most difficult client.
Yeah, 100%.
They take up more of your time as a small business owner. So Kim can attest to the fact. Now, we had to go through a rebranding exercise. So just to give you an idea, so this is where Rudy will laugh. We went through a rebranding because obviously every 3 to 5 years, you need to update your logo and, just a bit of a refresh. And me being in the marketing and social media and digital marketing and, helping businesses build up their branding, I was the most difficult client in the world. 30 iterations, I'm not joking. And Kim will just she's probably sitting there shaking her head right now. 30 iterations later, a conversation with another agency and branding expert, because I just could not make up my mind. I was my own worst client. And so I know that small businesses are the worst, because I was the worst.
Rudy says he doesn't want me to send his number to you. Well, that's the thing with social media, Rudy. She can find you anyway. So
yes. No, but that's the thing is that if your target is small businesses, they need to be able to be prepared. They've got to get funding from somewhere. Whoever that funding is, they've got clients. They are paying other people. So I've heard of small businesses paying 80,000, and I'm not joking, 80,000 Rand for a 5-page website that isn't even mobile enabled. No. I looked at it, as in it's not even mobile enabled. And you're kind of going, and you're a 3-man business show and you spend 80,000 Rand on can you just send that my way? And then I'll help people with a lot of stuff for 80,000 Rand, just saying. But it's that if they really want to do business with you, they will find the money to be able to do the business. So Kim landed up charging me more. And I said, I don't care how much you charge me, because at the end of the day, every iteration, she had to charge me again. but I knew the process was going to, and I was like, okay, so eventually I bastardized and I took a snip from this and a snip from this. And I said, okay, so there's the new one, do that one. And then we eventually came to the right one, but it took a while. And so I just want to encourage you guys that don't give up and say, like the Rudies of the world, and say, yeah, but everyone else is undercutting. Those are not the clients you want.
Mm.
They're not the clients. I mean, for Danny that was on, I don't know if he's still on, but Danny found me using LinkedIn. We had a conversation. He really liked the way I did business, and we've been doing business ever since together. You never know where your next client is going to come from. And that was from a LinkedIn search. So he was looking for LinkedIn experts around the world, and he had a number of conversations. You make sure that you do your thing and educate. So something that Martie says is educate. So as a virtual assistant, as a designer, as a teacher, as an illustrator, as a whoever you are, content writer, give information and educate why people need to use people like yourselves. Because if they don't understand the why, because you don't understand your why, how are they going to know that this is why you're paying what you're paying?
Yeah.
I so agree. I find that often clients or potential clients come to me, and the thing is, you kind of have to have a bit of compassion, because, you know, someone might come to me and they are in a completely different industry. They might be a lawyer or a plumber or an IT person, and they have no idea what my work entails. So they think that they're going to pay me 500 Rand and get an illustration or a logo, whatever it is. And then, yeah, often it is my job then to educate them and say, well, this is how long it takes, and this is what I charge per hour. And I give them kind of an idea of why I can't do the job for them with their budget. And that can go one of two ways. That can end with the guy saying, or the woman person saying, it's cool, I'm going to ask my cousin instead. And then you wish them luck. Or it could go the way, and this does happen, where people go like, oh, okay, no, that makes sense. Let's do it. Or I can't afford it now, but I'll get back to you in 6 months' time. Now I know. So yeah, it's often and always in a nice way, like just educating clients. And I've got this big fat handbook that's the like a pricing guideline for illustrators and designers. And I've literally taken photos of pages of the book and WhatsApp clients or potential clients photos of this book, just so they can also see it's not like I'm just thumb-sucking prices and trying to get away with charging a lot of money just because I want a haircut or an expensive pair of shoes. But just to show them that there are industry standards and industry rates and certain things that everyone who is an experienced and good designer, illustrator, they will charge the same. And if someone's charging less, they probably don't have that much experience, because then they don't know what to charge, or they don't have the confidence to charge more. And then what might happen is you might do the job with someone's cousin and spend 1,000 Rand instead of 5,000 Rand. But then it's also very likely that a year down the line, you're going to want to spend that 5,000 Rand anyway, because you're going to look at your logo and see, well, now it's dated, and actually this wasn't a very good design to begin with.
But this is where people within your industry, so in other words, the Rudies and the Kims, and you guys should be educating the client even before it gets in. Not that by taking a photo, but by using your illustrations to educate why you need an illustration. So illustrate your point. What better way to educate your client than to illustrate some of the tips and some of the things to look out for?
I think the problem is, as well, is like people don't take creative seriously. it's like they wouldn't question their doctor or their lawyer, but like they will say, I mean, like I had the weirdest comment last year. Rudy knows this person because he referred his client to me. And this client said that no, they can't possibly pay the rate for the copy, the content, because that rate costs more than their entire website cost. And I'm like, but how can you compare copy to the cost of your website? And it was just so bizarre. And so like you think they just don't get what you do. And it's and it's so difficult to explain to somebody, like if you don't have content or you don't have a proper logo, like you were saying earlier, Noleen, where's your credibility? And if you're going onto social media and you have something that looks like a dog's breakfast, and your grammar and your punctuation and your content is just all over the place and doesn't make any sense, then what is the point? Because your social media accounts are supposed to be carefully curated. They're supposed to, like you say, they're supposed to be adding value all the time. And I think that's the challenge that so many very talented people have, and they don't know what to say.
No, I think they don't know what to say, but also, I mean, even if you guys could do little 1-minute videos for your social media, tips on what to look out for when looking for a virtual assistant. What should your logo be saying? You know, this is something that, I mean, I'm not a graphic designer. So just so you know, I'm not a graphic designer. I do have an eye for the graphic design, and I could possibly become one if I really wanted to focus into that area. But understanding that the kids today are not learning cursive, for one. Now you are putting out on your website and brochures and all of these wonderful things. You're doing all these nice little cursive things. How many people actually understand and look at cursive and can read cursive anymore? The little things that if you start educating people about the little things about how to put your branding together, how to look after your virtual assistants. So, you know, there's Secretary's Day and there's all of those kinds of things, because some clients are real not nice people to virtual assistants. I phoned you 10:30 at night. You should have picked up the phone. Yes, no, I've had one of those as a client, and I'm not a virtual assistant. He's no longer a client. But it's understanding that respect and everything, it goes two ways, and it's you teaching your clients your boundaries by saying yes or no to a project.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, well, one wonders also, like when you say goodbye to them, what they actually think, because like they just go their merry way and you never, yeah, like sometimes like Karen said, sometimes you do hear from them a year later, but most of the time they're just going to walk away not ever understanding it. So yeah, you've just got to concentrate on the ones that do get it, because otherwise it's just a losing battle.
If you overthink it though as well, so as a freelancer and a business person that's starting up, don't overthink when someone says no. Don't take it personally.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of the negativity starts coming in, especially now that we're in a worldwide pandemic. Don't take no personally. Then you know somewhere, depends on, you know, your beliefs and whatever, but ultimately what goes around comes around, and that every single belief system has that. So whatever that person is going through, if they say no now, there's somebody else that's making space for a bigger yes. So don't think that the no is something personal. It's some way, somehow you're keeping your space for something really big, or there's a lesson, there's a whatever that no is for. And sometimes it's just because that person is really not a nice person, and you know, you would saved a lot of heartache.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. Very, very true.
Are there any other questions specifically relating for the panelists? Because I think now we're just having conversation. I think it's
I think most people have logged off now anyway, so if there aren't any more questions, we could just end early.
and I can hear everybody's coming either home from work and the streets are getting busy and the hooters are going and or whatever traffic is happening here in Joburg. But Midlands, I mean, you've got what? The cows that are mooing there in the background or what?
Yeah, no, it's a great place.
I'm so jealous. I was born in America.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's getting busier and busier all the time, but it's yeah, it's still a little dorky.
Yes.
Not
Yes, it is. Not in a good state at the moment, but yes. No, I wouldn't go live there.
No.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank
One of my
you
favorite.
guys so much. I think we should end it here as everybody's tired now. And yeah, thank you guys for everything. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all the people who stayed up until now. And I shall send you all a copy of the recording. And thanks so much for joining.
And thanks for the support. Thanks, Linda and Danny, from my client perspective. They were supportive. When is the next session? Oh, look at this. Now the pressure's on. I'm just saying. The pressure's on, Jyoti. The pressure's on.
Okay, well, you let us know when you want. Well, how about this? Whoever asked that, tell us what you want us to talk about, and then we will organize another session.
It's Rudy.
Rudy?
And Rudy said he's going to speak next time.
Yeah, Rudy, you have to speak. You and Kim are going to speak next time, so we're waiting.
Yeah, you see, now you busted.
And as you started asking, people dropped off, like, before you ask me, let me leave.
Thank
Fine,
you.
we have your email addresses. But I think if you do once a month, Jyoti, and maybe they make it a cadence of once a month.
Yeah,
you know,
I think that would be a good idea.
That would be a nice little check-in and just do some polls and that kind of stuff and see what people are looking for.
Yes, definitely. Okay. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll chat soon.
Thanks everybody.
Let's making Addison.
Take care. Bye-bye.